Hello everyone and welcome back. Tonight it's going to be kind of a different video and it's my biggest video yet. So this is my entire Demon Souls playthrough in one video. Now before we get into it, this video is like the first two videos are going to involve the text to speech. It is what it is, but this is just kind of relax and listen to as you're falling asleep. So, that being said, sit back, relax, and enjoy your entire Dear Demon Souls playthrough as I read stories.
I ruined the most beautiful thing that ever happened in my life. I do not even know where to start, but I need to get this out because it is consuming me. Almost a year ago, I lost someone who meant more to me than anything, and I cannot stop thinking about it. I cry almost every day. I feel empty, broken, and full of regret. Back in 2020, I was 13, just starting my teenage years. I had stupid ideas like all teenagers do, and I had a group of friends. One person in that group I am not friends with anymore because she is not trustworthy, but back then I was very close to her. She created a fake account of Man just to play a prank on someone she did not like, and she left the account on my phone. During the pandemic, with nothing to do, I started interacting with people through that fake account. I met someone, and I fell completely in love. I cannot even explain it. The connection I felt with her was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was like my heart finally found its home. Every message, every conversation felt alive, electric. I felt seen and understood like I could finally be myself. At first I thought it was just a crush, but it was so much deeper than that. I felt like I could be completely honest and open with her, and she truly understood me. But it lasted 4 years of pain because I only realized how wrong everything was when I was 17. And I hate myself for it. I hate that I only opened my eyes after 4 years. 4 years is so much time. I hate my teenage self for all the mistakes, but I also hate the version of me that existed until I finally understood. I wish I had opened my eyes at 14, even 15, not 17. I hate myself so much. All of this is my fault. I ruined something beautiful, something rare, something that should have been happy, and I only understood it far too late. I hate myself for the guilt I carry every single day. The fake account ended in 2024. In 2025, I started talking to her again, using my real account, without her knowing it was me. At first, she found it strange because there were so many coincidences with her ex, the fake account. I had not lied much, only my gender, because I am a girl, and I added 1 year to my age. That was it. We dated for 6 months, but she ended it because of trauma from the previous situation. The fake relationship made her afraid of love, because it felt like the fake account did not love her even though I loved her more than anything. I thought I was doing the right thing by ending the fake account and being honest with my real self, but I was wrong. She was completely in love with him, and I made her afraid of love. I feel a connection with her deeper than I have ever felt with anyone else. I miss her so much it hurts. I miss hearing her voice, talking on calls and video calls, feeling her presence, the touch of her hand. I have tried talking to other people, trying to move on, but nothing feels the same. Almost a year has passed since we broke up, and she is not with anyone either. It makes me feel hopeful and heartbroken at the same time, because I know what we had was real, but I let it slip away. I know some of you reading this might think I am an idiot or selfish. You are probably right. I think the same about myself. I was so selfish for 4 years. I could not see what was happening right in front of me. It was like I was blind. I ignored the signs, ignored her love, ignored my own feelings, and I let time pass me by. I was consumed by my own fear and stupidity, and now all I have is regret. The hardest part is that she says she is afraid of love now because she felt so much love for me. I even told her back then that the person she loved was using and manipulating her, and she agreed with me, but I know deep down she truly loved me. I loved her too, but I was scared when I was using the fake account. I let my fear and my insecurities get in the way of something beautiful we both could have had. Recently, she reposted a video that said she was afraid of love because one day she was left with all the love in her hands. If only she knew the truth. If only she knew that the love she felt was real and that it was me who loved her more than anything. That breaks me every time I see it. I want to protect her, but I was the one who caused the pain. Every day, I cry thinking about all the moments I could have done better, all the times I could have been honest, all the ways I could have shown her love without fear or mistakes. I feel the weight of every bad decision pressing down on me. I feel like I lost the most beautiful thing that ever happened to me before I even had a chance to hold it. And it hurts so much that I only realize it after 4 years. I hate myself for taking so long. I hate myself for the guilt. I hate myself because it is all my fault. I wish I had opened my eyes when I was 14, not 17. I wish I had seen sooner, before 4 years passed before love became pain. I still love her. I think I always will. And it hurts to live knowing that I destroyed something so beautiful with my own hands. I just want someone to understand even a little how much it hurts to cry yourself to sleep every night over love that could have been everything. I want to hold her again. I want to hear her voice again. I want to feel her close, but I cannot undo the past. Every day the pain of missing her reminds me of everything I lost. If you were in my situation, what would you do? Would you tell her the full truth, even if it might mean she never trusts or comes back? Or would you just wait and let time decide? And if you were her, what would you want someone like me to do? Timmy Tough Knuckles tried to fight my friends over basically nothing. Before you read the rest, I want you to know I am a little embarrassed as to how I handled this. It could have been handled by just asking the person what they were doing. But it's over now, so who cares? I was with my friends at a park, and this little squeaker walks past, hood up, hands in pockets, blasting music from his phone. All of us turn and look at him, and when he's gone, we giggled a little and moved on. Maybe 5 minutes later, he comes back, but this time obviously taking photos of us, trying to look inconspicuous, and failing miserably. Not wanting to cause trouble, we walk away, but instead of him walking away, he begins to follow us. Eventually we stop, letting him go past and away. He walks past us and continues walking for a few meters, before stopping and just hanging around. We stand in the same place for about 10 minutes, hoping he will tire and walk away, but we just turn and go in the direction we came from. This part is a little embarrassing, as we decide we will turn a corner and suddenly run, in the hopes he will lose us or not bother chasing. We do this, running a couple of streets until we are tired, then go back to walking. The only issue is we stop on a long, straight road, in which he can see us on the other side. Even though he walked just how knuckling he is, he finds us quickly and is angry. He shouts, "Want to fight our asterisk, 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 asterisk D." At the time, we didn't hear him. His little voice got lost in the wind, but it seemed to be a catchphrase of his. So it's safe to assume that's what he was saying. We keep walking, but the only options are only Big Street or Big Park. We choose a big street and just try to evade him. At the time, he started following us. We were planning on leaving each other. So we decide to split up and hope he gives up. He's been following us for about 10 minutes, about 50 meters, still shouting his catchphrase. My friend's girlfriend's house is very close. So my friend decides he will go there. Two of my friends live one way, and one of mine lives in the direction of the squeaker, so walks with me to a bus stop to stay away. We get to the junction where we split up. The little boy chooses to follow the friend going to his girlfriend's house, suddenly running up to him. My friend had previously said that he would punch the kid if he pulled out a knife. We suspected he might have had a knife from the way he was holding his hands in his hoodie pockets. I thought I was going to see him pull out a knife or something, but he just started throwing punches. Not good punches, though. Comparing a windmill would offend even the Maldives. More like one of those colorful plastic whirly things on a stick. My friend moves out of the way, and apparently the boy says something in the road and walks off, now shouting at the rest of us. Me and my friend walk off, and he follows the other two, shouting the famous catchphrase we all know and love. When a fighter asterisk, 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 asterisk echoes around the empty streets, I go home, and so does my friend. From text, what I can gather is, the child followed my two friends until they split, choosing to follow the one who lives the furthest away. My friend chose to walk through a forest to try and lose him, which was a little stupid. But apparently his catchphrase annoyed someone, wonder why. And my friend used a distraction to walk home without being followed. This kid, I think, goes to my school, although I am in the sixth form attached to the school he attends. So we'll see how this works out if we see him again. We'll update if something happens. Drive-through dad. Am I known to exhibit some anxiety or impatience from time to time? Perhaps. Certainly. My flare-ups happen when I'm at a fast food drive-through. Not when I'm alone, and not when I only have one passenger. But put my whole family in a vehicle where I'm Johnny on the spot having to relay their indecisiveness to the poor soul behind the drive-through speaker. I may need to medicate. I try to prep the fam ahead of time. We're pulling into McDonald's. So know what you want. As I look at the split screen in front of me in the rear view mirror, 2, deciding which of the 2 drive-through lanes will beat out the next guy, I hear, "I can't see the menu, Dad." This one is probably fair most of the time. You'd think places could angle that thing for the approaching cars to decide before pulling in front of the speaker to order. And what is it with Chick-fil-A? They always have people walking the drive-through lane taking your order well before you can see the menu, expecting me to have memorized it or something. "It's okay, mister. I have it here." And then they proceed to rattle off combo 1 through XYZ verbally as if they're helping me. My self-awareness has me reading what I wrote so far and asking my wife, "What I call a male Karen? I think it's a Ken." Okay, let's get back to the drive-through lane with my whole family in tow. We're next. Be prepared. I say, I may need a minute. Dad, I need to read the menu on my phone. Unlike you, I would normally not stop at McDonald's. I defend the greasy spoon by saying something like, "They have salads. Even though it won't get ordered, I'll need a minute. You guys go first." The other kid is a lock. Burger, fries, and a Coke. You'd think that's a good thing, but it just means we'll get to the rest of the passengers faster. By the way, this is just about the only place where I can order a Coke, and the reply isn't, "Pepsi, okay?" I don't know what happened in the Cola Wars, but Pepsi is king in the restaurant world, it seems. And I actually do prefer Coca-Cola. Sidebar, years ago, when I lived in Europe, if you ordered Coke, the server would ask, "What kind?" What kind of Coke would you like? Sprite, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, root beer. So, Coke, there's the same as saying pop here. Well, that's another thing. When we moved from northern Ohio to southern Ohio, pop became a foreign word. Pop is soda in these parts. After years of growing up as southern Ohioans, I asked my teen kids at one point, "Do you say pop or soda?" I felt like a failed dad when they said soda, and to add insult to injury, they made fun of me for saying pop. Oh, the divide. After all, it started with unified soda pop. Anyway, after the first kid relayed what I already knew, I blurted out my order, knowing my wife was having trouble deciding between 2 things, and really wanted to ask the drive-through worker which one they would prefer. My order is something spicy. It's why I always have Tums in the glove box. Meanwhile, cars are 10 deep behind me, putting some pressure and urgency on the situation. I try to move the situation along with a couple of finger snaps and a "come on, hurry up," to no avail. My wife orders in piecemeal. By piecemeal, I mean she pauses mid-sentence, so I look at the drive-through speaker say part of an order, and then pause to hear the have-it-your-way details, which usually have a question or two. It's like pulling teeth. I feel like I sound like someone who has an attention deficit disorder, and I want to explain it's not me. Dude, I tell the drive-through person, I have one more order to relay. I usually try to say something humorous if the process is somewhat of a doozy. Dad, move your head. I need to see the menu. I thought you had it on your phone. They're different. I feel like Chevy Chase losing his shit in one of the National Lampoon Vacation movies. I need you to decide. Right now. Forget it. I'm not hungry. I'm finally done. Or am I, as I go to pull forward? Wait, can I just get some water? Grr. Then the pleading with the universe began. 2 cars in front of us were inevitably told, please pull up. We'll bring your food out shortly. Sidebar. I mentioned at the outset that my flare-ups happen when I'm at a fast food drive-thru, not when I'm alone, and not when I only have one passenger. But that's not entirely true. When it's just me and my wife, and I get to the Starbucks pay window, she suddenly remembers something and scrambles to open her phone to the app so she can get points or something. As I wait, my card in one hand and her phone in the other, the drive-thru worker appears just in time for my wife's phone to go to sleep. So I'm like, wait a minute, as I hand the phone back to my wife. She wakes it up, hands it to me, and I hand it to the worker, smiling uncomfortably. I digress. Anyway, they had our entire order ready. Oh, the little victories. I pulled into a spot so my wife could dole out the grub. Oh, honey, they forgot. And, of course, even though I'm the driver, I don't even bother asking anyone else to get out anymore, because the answer will be, I'm cocooned in, I'm buried here. It would be easier for you, or something along those lines. Besides, I'm probably going inside to use the restroom anyway. I open the door. As soon as one foot hits the ground, 6 hands appear in a window holding trash in the last stop. While you're out, can you throw this away? My short wick in a drive-thru has earned me the nickname Drive-Thru Dad. And they all think that's funny. Kim the mechanic. Back in 2022, when gas prices started rising, my uncle gave his friend Raymond a car. Because Raymond's car had blew up, my uncle told him not to let everyone in the world drive it. Just him, his wife, Frog. That's her nickname, and his sons. Well, they have a friend, Kim. She came to Raymond and needed to use his car because Kim got arrested for drug charges and on suspended licenses. So her car's sitting at the impound. So Raymond lets Kim have the car, and she says she'll be back in a couple of hours. Well, a couple of hours go by, no Kim. A couple of days go by, no Kim. A couple weeks go by, no Kim. Well, Raymond happened to be riding around town when he saw his car sitting beside the railroad tracks, keys in it and everything. So Raymond drives it back home. A couple weeks later, Kim comes back and needs the car. Raymond gives it to her again. She says she'll be back in a couple of days. Well, a couple weeks go by and no Kim. My uncle happens to be driving through town and sees Kim parked at the gas station with the hood up on Raymond's car. He goes to see what's going on, and Kim got a hammer, and she's beating the engine with this hammer. She tells my uncle the car won't start, and she's beating this engine. So he tells her get into the car and start it up and see if it's the starter. So Kim gets in the car and starts a couple of times, and my uncle realizes that it's not the starter, so he tells her to stop. Kim keeps cranking this car over and over and over. My uncle tells her to stop, or she's going to tear the starter up, and Kim keeps cranking the car. So once Kim finally stops, he checks the oil, and it's good on oil. So the only thing my uncle can think of is if there's gas in the car. He asks Kim if she put any gas in the car. Kim goes, yeah, I just put $1 worth of gas in it. Skull, 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 skull. This car was literally on E, and Kim put a whole $1 worth of gas in it. So my uncle and Kim is pushing his car to the gas pump. And here comes Raymond. So my uncle had to put $10 worth of gas in this car, and Raymond took the car back. Then it got impounded a couple of weeks later because Raymond ain't got licenses and got arrested for possession. Lost someone that changed my life. So in July of last year, I was on dating apps like most of us, and I just met some absolute characters. And by that, I mean just an absolute blooper reel of women in front of me or on the dating apps. Bless their hearts. We are all different, and that's the beauty of this world, in my opinion. There were some rude/inconsiderate ones. But even in those situations, you get to test your character. I would stop by my grandparents' house sometimes and tell them of the atrocities of these dates I'd go on. I've gotten a lot closer with my grandparents as they're getting a lot older, and my Nana is having a bout with Alzheimer's. They have made my life more like the movie I always wished was growing up, and I'll always love them for that. But they care to hear the details of these dates, as there was always some funny joke I could spin out of these uneventful situations to my grandparents. To see my Nana laugh, given what she's going through, would make my day. I also think they would wonder what life looked like in that area, as well wanting a great-grandchild before they are no longer here. Anyways, my grandpa would tell me periodically, "I don't know what it is, Dean, but I feel you getting married in this next year." Interesting to hear that, as my grandpa had never been the one to really speak over my life in any way at any point in my life. That, along with, again, the blooper reel, made it hard taking fully what my grandpa was saying, but I was still appreciative of his positive thoughts. I would go on more dates that reminded me of bad acts from watching Amateur Night at the Apollo as a child, leading me to get even more emotionally tired from just putting myself out there, which happens. If there was a scene from a movie that captured how tired I was, it would be the scene in Gladiator where he's dying at the end. At the end of each one of these dates, me just being ready to go home. Little play on words. Now, I'm not the usual person to make these kinds of statements to myself, but internally I said, that's it. I'll try making one last effort at this. And if it doesn't work, then I'm calling it for a long while. I'm 35. So mind you, a lot of people my age have got kids, are divorced, or have a chest tattoo that makes you scratch your head and ask in a rhetorical way why'd they get that? Which, no judgment though. So one day I'm over at my grandparents' house, helping them fix their TV. While talking to them, I go on my dating app, and I match with this girl. I remember when I initially sent her something. She's an actor, 34 years old, no kids, Christian. She's stunning, like over the moon 7 times. I'm telling you, this woman's beauty is the thing that men would pull a crumpled up picture out of their pocket back in the day and kiss it before going to battle, hoping and praying you come back from this hell's cape just to get to see her one more time. One more time, because she'd never leave your sight again, in the most wholesome of ways. Anyways, we matched when I was at my grandparents' house visiting, trying to fix their TV like I mentioned, and I sent 1 or 2 messages on the app while I was there, and then I accidentally hit the talk to text button on the dating app, and it texted all these silly words of me trying to fix my grandpa's TV. I don't know why they changed that, but I think that's it. Oh shoot. This kind of long text. I went to delete the text, but then thought to myself, we'll see if she can get a laugh out of this. I prefaced the situation, and she thought it was funny and sweet that I'm close with my grandparents during this time. Within talking more, her personality for me was right up there with her looks. As a resident funny person over the last while of my life, she made me laugh. I'm not the one that laughs. I'm the one that puts in the effort to make others laugh. She made me laugh. We would talk on the app pretty frequently. But I also kept my wits about me that something could happen and things just might not work out from the person she is and the person I am. Or who even knows, some guy below me on this Hollywood squares of guys messaging this beautiful woman on this dating app. We would talk when I went to Chicago for a week, and we both brought up meeting each other when I got back. We would first talk off the app shortly after I got back. Now, to me, texting off the app is most of the time a hard transition. You sense that it's a shock for one of you or both that this person is trying to be a real person in your life. With her, that transition was seamless, picking up right where we left off. A couple days after I get back, she sends me a voice memo saying she needed to suddenly fly home for an emergency, also mentioning that it was okay if we stopped talking because she'd be gone for a month or so. I thought to myself, I hope everything is okay, and this is why you stay grounded. But I sent her a voice memo back explaining that I didn't mind still talking if she had capacity to with whatever was going on. She told me, yeah, let's keep chatting. After that, I figured with stuff beyond her plate, on anyone's plate, I would surely somehow fall off the edge of her world. And again, rightfully so. We kept talking, though, responses back and forth. She asked me about my life, and I asked her questions about hers, from silly, in hopes to slightly make her laugh during this harder time, thought-provoking and serious questions. I remember asking her a question. What are past hurts you would like me to be aware of so I can be aware of your heart in those areas? She said, you already do it. Actually, I don't feel judged. She also mentioned that I was good at asking questions. Everything that she was inspiring me to think of another aspect I couldn't wait to know about her life. It would get to a point where I wonder how long my smiles would last reading her responses or listening to her voice memos. This feeling that you get when something moves you, like when you read a good book or listen to that one song. But again, still grounded somehow. We talked a lot while she was gone, and it didn't bother me one bit that she was away. In my opinion, it's hard to feel someone when they're away when you are in this stage, treading this ground of communication while they are away, even if that away is being with family at home a state away. But I felt her without even meeting her yet. We laughed over voice memos and texts, just enjoying the other person's personality. She sent me a video while she was gone, and for a moment I realized that I was so caught up in the way we've been communicating that I forgot you could send videos. Haha. What a feeling. That chemistry with someone who makes you forget that avenues of technology were invented. Haha. Watching the video, I quite literally said, wow, when I saw her talking. It was just the sweetest video as well. I remember getting into the best lighting in my place I have, fixing my hair, and doing maybe a couple takes to send a response, because you don't feel the feelings I felt without tripping over even the simplest of words. She liked my video as well. We began to chat on the phone here and there, and again she made me laugh. I laughed in ways I hadn't heard from myself before. How scary, little inside joke between me and her, I guess. I made her laugh, and it was just the cutest laugh I'd hear over these voice memos. She come home, and we made plans for our first date. Thoughts of what outfit I'd wear, and let me just try eating super healthy and cut some weight before meeting her kicked in. Ha! Again, really never this way. I've done enough work in therapy to honestly not care what people think about me. But still, just the person she had been made me feel this thing I hadn't felt before. Anyways, I get to our first date early in this outfit I had just picked up, and I'm pacing back and forth on the sidewalk like some general waiting to hear back of a successful siege and the enemy of me being alone forever. Haha. She gets out her car, and there she is, the girl from the photos, the woman from the video that, when I passed by my photo gallery till that point looking for something else on any random day, I'd stop and watch that video, the person that has made me laugh so much. I give her a hug, and she says, "Can I give you a little present?" It was a book about shitty printers, because we talked about how much we hate printers. The date went really well. It felt like our text conversation, given the fact that I couldn't think straight since this woman was right in front of me. I checked in with her after the date, and she said she had a really great time, that she felt relaxed, and that she'd like to meet up again. We dated over the next 2 months, and it was just full of good times and exploring places. I let her in on a lot of things that I hold so dear to me. I would let my grandparents know that I've been seeing someone special for just a bit of time. Happy to tell them, to show them a picture of her. My grandparents so happy and emotional for how wonderfully shaken I am to my core by this woman. My grandpa reminding me, I told you, Dean, with tears in his eyes being so happy for me. Time keeps moving, and I let her in on even more. We take turns sharing. She tells me that she shows me a side of herself that hadn't been received well by others. And she really appreciates me not making her feel cringe in that. She would also say, I'm glad that we are both as healthily obsessed with each other as the other. We would run into just 2 or 3 harder times over the span of time of the next couple of months, handled with respect, but still hard. We would have so many good times sharing life's ups and downs. One thing that threw me is she never cried throughout this time when talking about anything that she shared except for one time. I said something to her about the wonderful person she is. I get how some people don't have that, I guess, but there were some real moments between us over the months. She never really opened up about her friends when I'd ask either. Bits of information, sure, but nothing too in-depth. I asked about her acting, and she said, "Oh, I don't talk about that with people. I've been hurt in that." I couldn't respect someone's words more than hers. I knew her heart. I didn't ask. More dates and more laughter. Me being aware of her heart, because wow, this was something that felt otherworldly to be in with her. Every time I got to our date early, I'd walk around, and if I saw a flower shop, I'd buy her a rose or 3, almost to say thank you back to the universe and show appreciation for bringing this woman into my life, and to show appreciation to her at the same time. All these bells going off. And boy was I hoping those were the sound of wedding bells getting closer. She made me want to be even better than the man I was asking myself to be in the most beautiful of ways. I also told her I loved her. She said it back. I forgot what it was like to form those words to someone. On a date, I asked her if she wouldn't mind meeting my grandparents. We'd been dating 5 months at this point. She said that she'd really like to, and both her and my grandpa love rocks. Just another interesting coincidence that happened along this time of knowing this amazing woman. So she meets them. It's a wonderful time, all of us chatting. My Nana, again suffering pretty severely from Alzheimer's, was mentally present that whole time. Something happened that day I won't forget. We hung out the rest of the day after leaving my grandparents and just felt really blessed. I'm not ashamed to say I cried that day, but the happiest tears have fallen down this face of mine, I could safely say, in my life. Days would go by, and I came to a point where I want to talk to her about a hard time from the past that had been on my mind between us. And she says that's fair. That time between us was rough. It felt good to get it off my chest after we talked about it. I asked her if we could talk about how she mentioned her good friend was a male actor. It would come out that her actor friend is just her friend, but he's had a crush on her, and they'd been friends for 5 years. Okay, that didn't feel the best, but not unbearable. I asked about anything else with any of her other friends, and she said she had a guy friend who she was intimate with when she was younger, when he was there for her going through a hard time, and he had a girlfriend now and lives up north. This point hurt more than the first. We all have a past, but I'm just someone that wouldn't be comfortable with them still talking/seeing each other, just risking that maybe something happening again. Totally respecting different points of view on this, but that is just someone I'm not, especially when not being told this for so long. Then she tells me to add one more thing. That thing I can't mention right now, respect for her. Also for myself, because dang, I miss her. This one, when explaining it to me, is hard because there's a lot of dirt being kicked up. You know, the cup and ball trick you see people play, and they always lose. I somehow became the person trying to find the red ball. I don't know how I was put into that position, but I was frantically trying to make sense of the bits and pieces she was telling me. The target of making sense of this being moved. I realized I messed up during this process. I should have just said, "What does that look like?" She felt so bad about me asking questions about this topic that she shut down. My heart even going out to her in this moment, because it must have been hard to keep this all in. She broke up with me, and I haven't heard from her in over a week, and she leaves to go back home tomorrow. I don't say this to take away from anyone that has been through worse, but it's sad when you don't know when the last time you kiss someone is, the last time you hold their hand or hear their voice. It's sad to see her name fall further down the list of people I text, as if her name was a necklace that old lady dropped into the ocean in Titanic. Ironically, the first thing I said to her on the dating was, "Can I hire you for the movie of my life as a love interest with this headshot?" That was on her profile. What do you think about this situation? Again, I ask that if you could be kind even towards her. Lastly, if you see this her, just know I love you still. I always will. Help/update. Is he losing feelings, or are they just mixed signals? Male age 14, female age 14. I do agree that M just a teen, only turning 14 in just a few days. I really need help with my current relationship. If you can give advice or a little motive, reassurance that maybe I'm just overthinking it would be helpful. A little background. I met him when we were just grade 3, pandemic classmates for 3 years after, GR6, hybrid class. Goes by and face-to-face classes started, he still ended up being my classmate for the next 2 years. I found him a little annoying/irritating at first, with his high-pitched voice and terrible humor. Grade 8 comes along, something changed. Just a small explanation, our school basically has 3 terms. Term 1 he kept glancing and invited me over to sit next to him. He never was my type, but some sense of comfort and friendship sparked. Let me remind you, he doesn't look as great. People do ask me pretty often why am I still with him. My feelings began when both of us were chosen as something called Binabini at Janu, kind of like fair queen and king. I didn't want to be chosen, so I do end up crying after everyone left the classroom. He was the only who was there at that time. He comforted, didn't judge, and stayed with me. I really saw his potential during that day and started messaging him often. I thought those feelings were just going to leave after a few weeks, but it grew instead. He apparently felt the same way after confessing during our class Christmas party, and things went hectic, but okay after. I did push having a relationship, and I do admit my mistake for that. But we later fixed it by communicating and taking breaks once in a while, week before and during exams to focus on our studies. Our relationship was pretty healthy until he started dry texting, but apologizing for when he does. Forgetting to say goodnight. He never once said good morning by choice unless I texted him, and I mostly text first. Just for you to understand more, he did want a relationship and was so happy to be calling me his girlfriend, and he shows me off to multiple people. Recently, classes has ended, and we're both exempted from all our final exams, so we didn't have to attend at any, which gave both of us 3 days earlier vacation. I didn't want to have that on the last day, so I went to meet my friends, and maybe even invite him too. Called him early, most likely 5 days before, so that he can ask his parents to drop him off and pick him up in the right time. He responded with, "I'm too lazy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to sound rude, but I said, even just for me, I miss you. He knows that the only way I can fully meet him is through school. My parents do know about my relationship, and his does too, but I have a stricter household, so I mostly can't go out." Going back, he had the same response. I didn't mind at all, and right after just enjoyed my time meeting my friends and had a small meetup with them after the exams. It's been 2 months since that, and our relationship keeps going low and high. I get that we don't have a text often or every day at best, but we live super far apart, and I can't go out to meet him as much. Most of his reasons for not being able to call school was him doing schoolwork or studying. Now that it's summer, it changed him talking to friends or just tired from his day. You might think it's wrong for me to complain just because of those, but you wouldn't understand how often this would be. We rarely call or text. Someone please help. People are telling me to break it off, but it's not easy to have a sweater. He shoved in my bag on the last day. Next to me or on my bed, have the crochet flowers he bought for me during Valentine's Day, and having all his letters, drawings of my room to the whole summer. I'm not sure, guys, please someone help. It's a long story, JS. Tune in. So this started about 3 years ago. Now I had a really close friend. We can call him Ryan. So Ryan and I always had a flirty relationship, play, fighting, pushing, picking on each other, things like that. But we never really said anything to each other about having feelings or anything like that. So a few months after we became friends, he got a girlfriend. We can call her Emma. My friends had already known her, and I had no issues with their relationship. So I backed off enough to quit the flirting, but not change our friendship much. I also ended up going on a long trip during the time I was gone. They began having issues. He ended up cheating on her. He and my friends would call and FaceTime about it every other day, and I could tell he was unhappy. But I never said anything because that was his choice. I didn't see a serious issue until I got home, and we all went to the park to hang out with our friends Emma and Ryan were walking ahead super fast. And Ryan then waits for a minute to show us a video on his phone. And Emma keeps walking. None of us thought anything of it. She ended up waiting at a bench for us. We catch up to her. And next thing we know, her and Ryan were super far behind us. And she was screaming at him in the middle of the park, my friend. We'll name her Lily. And I had enough of this. There was people staring. And he was not even reacting. It looked like a parent screaming at a child. We walked up to de-escalate the situation. But she ended up walking away. Before we got up there, he then told us she was upset. He slowed down to talk to us. We all found this weird. We were all friends. And this wasn't an issue. Usually from here on, their relationship was iffy. And they were fighting over text the rest of the day. This is when the flirting came back from him. But I ignored it, mostly thinking he needed a distraction from what was going on, until he got a call. He went in the other room. And none of us heard much until she screamed at him before she hung up, "If you're so unhappy, just kill yourself." Then this is where I began to not give a shit how she felt. And I told him to leave her immediately. I told him that behavior was never okay in any relationship or friendship of any kind. This is when he opened up about the fact that his mom had gotten super close with his mom over their relationship. And every time they fought, Emma would call his mom and complain. Then Ryan's mom would yell at him, ground him, and even get to the point of ignoring him whenever he messed up in the relationship. So we all began trying to find ways to get him out of the house as much as possible. Over this time, our friendship went completely back to how it was before he and Emma were dating. This is when he confessed feelings for me. I asked him what he was going to do about Emma because I was not comfortable with him cheating. Looking back, this is where the manipulation begins. He began to cry to me about how he didn't know what to do and how if he broke up with her, his mom would hate him, but he wanted to be with me, not her. My 17-year-old brain immediately fell for every word. I'm a very empathetic person, and if I can help someone, I always will. If I think I'm doing the right thing, I was going to do it. So we began talking. We were together for about a month before they broke up, then for about a month, until he began to act weird when I was around. I instantly knew something was going on, but when I finally gained the courage to talk to him about it, he leaves our friends. How were we? We're all hanging out that day super abruptly. We all called him for hours. He turned his phone off, had his friend block us, and was ignoring everyone until the next day when he came over to tell me he had been dating Emma again for 2 weeks already because of his mom, and was deciding to get back with her and go back to how things were with his mom. I honestly just let it happen. There was nothing I could do if that was his choice, but he continued to come around us, and our friend began to heal a bit. Their relationship continued to be rocky, and his mental health clearly continued declining. He then began coming around less and less after Emma went to college. He claimed she wasn't comfortable with us hanging out anymore. We didn't talk for about a year and a half after this, until her hit up another friend of ours to stay over because he had news. Coincidentally, on the same night, I was staying over. So we get back to the house, and immediately by the look on his face, I knew. He told us they had officially broken up, that his mom hated her now, and he was sorry for the way he treated all of us. We hung out for a few hours before everybody ended up asleep, except me and, unfortunately, Ryan. We ended up having a really deep talk, one thing lead to another, and we were back together. We stayed together throughout February. But about 2 weeks and a few days after Valentine's Day, I found out he had talked to someone else before me and him got back together. He told me there was nothing there, and it was just a fling, so we continued on how we were. About a month later, he started acting weird again, and about a week after I get a text saying he needed time to work on myself after being in such a long relationship. I asked him what that meant, and he said I'm not going to disappear like last time. I just don't think I should be in a relationship. Right now I know his tendencies, and this behavior scared me. So I began asking his friends, who then ended up telling me he was going to prom with someone, Sam, else who I was friends, and he told his friend that he JS wanted to F asterisk 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 Sam. So I called her, told her everything, and she told me that he would not be getting anything from her anytime soon. A couple weeks later, I found out they were dating, so summed everything up. This man not once, but twice left his girlfriend, an entire friend group in the dirt for a girl he barely knew, or treated him like sure. Since then, Eve made a few stupid TikToks joking about it, because I have both of them blocked, and I don't really care how they feel about it, saying things such as girl. I was you, let's see how far you get. This video is when a mutual friend of ours, who mind you was not around during any point our relationships, came to me and told me I needed to get over it. It's been months. Besides the fact I'm over it, I'm fully in a new happy relationship with an honest person, and couldn't be happier. I only make TikToks that fit the trend I think are funny, and I feel I fully have a right to be angry and show that. How I feel, especially when it's not affecting anyone else anyway. Thanks for reading. Hope you'll have some funny opinions here. Just to clarify, me and Emma have since made up and apologized to each other for everything involving Ryan. I married my therapist. Hello, my name is Evan. I'm 25, but this happened when I was 19. P.S. Sorry if my English is bad. I'm using translation. I had a rough childhood growing up, and I would constantly skip school due to anxiety attacks, etc. So I started seeing a therapist after my cousin took his own life. The therapist I was seeing was 20 years old when I went in her office, and when I met her, she immediately made me feel comfortable. She would smile, and I'd smile for the first time in months. She never sent me home with medication because I would just go to her office. Eventually, I asked her for her number, and she declined the first time, saying it's weird dating patients. I had to stop going for a bit due to a medical issue, and when I went back, she said that she was going through stuff and needed time away from her job. So a couple days later, I saw her at the supermarket and walked up to her. I said hello, and she said hi, and we hugged. She asked how I was doing, and I had a thing for her, especially when she made me smile when I was so deep in depression. After we talked, I slipped a note in her hand with my number on it and walked away. Couple days go by, no answer, and I started a job at a pharmacy. One night I got a call, and it was from her. She said she quit her job and she wanted to hang out. And I said, yeah, of course, after my shift. So my shift ends, and we grab coffee and some dinner at a restaurant I used to go with my mom. We talked for hours until the restaurant closed, and they kicked us out. I walked her home, and we said goodnight. A few more days going by, and we haven't talked, and she called me while I was doing laundry, and in a panicked voice, she said, come over now, please. I said, okay, and desperately put my coat and shoes on and ran to my car. And mind you, it was winter out, so of course I slipped and fell on my ass, haha. I made it to her house and walked, and I yelled her name and knocked on her bedroom door. Hello, I said, and she responded, come in. I went in, and she had 2 pillows on the ground with popcorn and soda in front of TV. She said, surprise. I sat down and said, what TF? She wanted another date. And she put her hand on my shoulder and said, we can't get kicked out of here. After that, I stayed the night. And in the morning, I made her breakfast. And we sat down, and I finally asked if she wanted to be my girlfriend. And surprisingly, she said, yes, I would love to. And it was a day a big snowstorm was coming in. So we went outside, made snowmen, and threw snowballs at each other. And dancing in the snow life was great. Now I'm 25 and she's 26. We're married and have 2 daughters. Crazy how life works. My ex had a double life. I met this guy on Hinge and we hit it off so quick and everything was going so good. We spoke for months and would call and message 24/7. He always had a problem with following and feeling the need to entertain girls, which was an issue for me, and I would bring up a lot as a concern. He would go mad on me and tell me that they're just colleagues and that I was getting mad for no reason. Anyway, I started looking into these people, and they were in all different countries. So when I asked what his job is for them to be around the world, and he told me he worked in high tech at Google, I forgot the exact role. 3 months go by and we are still great. He then asked me to be his girlfriend through a cute Spotify album. And being crazy and delusional, I said yes, so soon we hadn't even met. This followed with him telling me he loves me for the first time a couple days after. After this honeymoon stage, he had stopped being as loving, wouldn't let me go out to certain places, and wanted to know every single one of my movements. This man also wanted marriage. He is Muslim. Anyway, he would get on and off with me, and his mood would always affect mine, which was most of the time bad, constantly making me feel worthless. Anyway, I stayed with him. Then he disappears. Without reasoning, all his accounts disappeared, and I was left clueless and crying and whatever. This went on for a week. All his accounts were gone and untraceable. He then comes back onto his accounts after a week. I messaged asking pretty much WTF, and he claimed that I was talking to other men at the beginning of the relationship. I can confirm this did not happen. So I called him and spent hours reassuring him that it never happened, but he acts all stubborn about it and says he doesn't believe me. Eventually, after time, things get better. Things were good with us again, but he started to drift away and claimed that he was just really busy with work and everything else. So when I brought it up, he immediately made out to be my problem and fault, and argued with me saying that I was asking for too much just from wanting to talk to him. He would cause arguments all the time if I brought up even one thing that bothered me. Anyways, after time, he unfollows the girls that I asked, and removes his socials from his TikTok bio, because I said that he doesn't need his Snapchat there, because he doesn't need to snap other girls. This is great. But it lasted about a week before he was back to it again. He had followed a girl in Australia, which I wasn't comfortable with, but said she is a colleague. However, she had just finished high school, so would not work for Google. He was just full of lies. Even his sisters would compliment and ask about me to him, and I began to learn Arabic for him so that I could talk with his mom. We had not met at this point yet, as he said that we can meet in the new year due to his lack of holiday at work. I said fine and prepared for when I did see him, saving money to get my hair done, nails done ECT. January is here and there is no sign of him making any plans whatsoever. And when I ask about it, he shuts me down. So I just think whatever and wait. He then continues to follow girls. And when I ask why, it turns into a big argument. And he says that I'm too much for him and that he needed space. While I'm emotional and heartbroken, I search through his TikTok, following with another account I have, specifically for this, and I get recommended a profile with him on it. This profile has a different name, different Snapchat, different Instagram, different location, and loads of girls in his following. He had a double life and another girlfriend. So despite us being on a break, I called him a lot, and he didn't pick up. So I sent him voice notes telling him that I knew about these accounts and the lies. This man also didn't work at Google, he worked at Little, and he didn't even live where he said he did. He listened to the voice notes and then blocked me, as he had been caught. This was 8 months of a relationship lie. The craziest part is that I've seen a picture of his ID with a name I thought was his, but I don't even know his real name or who he really is. Alright, everyone, that's all the stories for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and had relaxing time watching or listening to it. That's all for tonight. I will catch you guys next time. Good night, everyone. girl from my past, only to find out she had weaved quite a tangled web. Hi, Reddit. This story happened about 5 years ago now, so I guess I'm really just looking to tell it at this point. I had gone through a particularly rough breakup in early 2020. That story can be found in the subreddit if you're curious, and was in a very vulnerable state, but trying to move on. There's quite a bit of backstory here, so I'm going to try to condense it as much as possible for time. There was this guy who I'll call Jack, who was one of my best friends all through high school. We ended up going to college together and working at pretty much every job together too, while we were at our local community college getting a degree in automotive technology circa 2018. We were also working together at an independent auto shop. I was engaged at the time and having doubts about my relationship. Second year started, and since we were full-time at work now, we both enrolled in night classes instead of morning like the previous year. A few familiar faces were present, including a girl who came in 5 minutes late every day for the first week, who we'll call Sherry. She explained to me that her car was broken down, ironic, and she was having trouble finding rides for school. She was staying with her uncle and cousin in town since she lived over an hour away, and I offered to give her a ride since I was working in the area. A short while later, I realized that I was starting to catch feelings for this girl, and I went to Jack for advice because I had never been in this situation before. He told me I needed to do what made me happiest, and he knew I hadn't been happy in a long time. I wrestled with myself over this that night, and the next day, when I went into school, Sherry had gotten a ride with Jack. Very soon thereafter, they began dating, and I took that as my answer. Fast forward to early 2021, and Jack and I are no longer speaking. Our friendship had become very codependent and toxic, and I thought it would be best to keep my distance at least for a while. One of the last things he said to me was that I was the reason he and Sherry had broken up, citing that she thought I was a bad influence on him, and she didn't like who we were as people. So naturally, I reached out to her to see if this was true. She told me that it was not, and that she broke up with him because he was an asshole. We got together and went to a restaurant that specializes in chicken wings to talk everything out. She was now living about 45 minutes away with a family friend who was a deputy for that county sheriff's office. But she'd come out my way and see me quite often too. Shortly after we started hanging out, she was kicked out of house she was living in and had to move back home to that place that was an hour away from school. I drove out several times a week to see her, and she'd make up the difference coming out to my place. She began sleeping over at my house on the weekends, and we even got a little sexual there for a minute, but she quickly pulled away in that regard. She told me she just wasn't ready for a relationship yet, but that we could keep seeing each other. Then she started coming over less and less, and stopped inviting me out to her place as much. I knew she was going through some stuff at the time, so I tried my hardest to be patient with her. Through this experience, I met a friend of hers named Alex. Alex was a big burly man a few years older than I was, and he had tried to tell me that he was involved with Sherry at some point in the past, and that she had done the same thing to him. I mostly ignored this, but it did plant a seed in my brain that I couldn't quite get rid of. In October of 2021, all hell broke loose. She was now working as a dispatcher for her local police department, and I had invited her over for a Halloween party I was having that night. She agreed and got there early enough to carve the pumpkins we had picked at the pumpkin patch the weekend prior. But about an hour before the party started, she kept getting texts and then suddenly went, "I'm gonna have to work tonight. I won't be able to stay the whole time." A few moments later that turned into, "And now my cousin needs help with his car, so I should actually get going now." One small thing that proved to be crucial later was that she didn't know where this cousin lived, and had me put the address on my GPS to see if I could tell her where to go. Turns out the cousin lived about a mile away from me. That night at the party, I texted her to see how work was going, and she never responded. I had a horrible sinking feeling in my gut that something was going on, and at about 5 a.m. I couldn't take it anymore. I drove to the address that she had given me, and I found her car parked outside. Turns out this guy wasn't her cousin. He was set to be her new boyfriend. Now, some of you may recognize that there was another cousin mentioned toward the beginning of this story. Turns out that was actually her fiancé at the time. She was living with her fiancé and future father-in-law when I was giving her rides and when Jack started dating her. All that happened with Alex, that was real too. Alex and Jack dated her at the same time, and neither was the wiser. She'd spend the day with Jack out by where I live, and then stop at Alex's house on the way home to spend the night. The sheriff's deputy family friend she was living with when her and I first got involved, he was her boyfriend at that time. He was also twice her age, but we'll ignore that part. The timeline synced up between all of us, and we discovered that she started dating the deputy right as she broke up with both Jack and Alex, and that he checked the security cameras and caught me at his house. So that's why he kicked her out. After the breakup I had the year prior, going through this was almost too much for me. The day that I found out she went Facebook official with this new guy, I admitted myself to a psychiatric unit at a local hospital for help. My previous experience left me with PTSD, and this had now been upgraded to CPTSD. They discharged me with 7 prescriptions and a new therapist and psychiatrist. I love to sing, and I have a studio in my house. Shortly after this ordeal, I began writing a concept album about what I had went through. I couldn't tell you if she had ever heard these songs or not, but for a while they were distributed and released on Apple Music, Spotify, etc. Shortly after we cut contact, she began trying to convince the people she lived near that I was stalking her and to be on the lookout for my car. To this day, I have never returned to where she lived at that time. As far as I know, those two are still together, and now she lives with him, just a mile from my home. The panic attacks from this were so horrible that I actually moved out west for a while to get away from the possibility of running into them, because I knew from other people that she had a tendency to menace and wreak havoc on the lives of people she had dumped. But it doesn't bother me anymore. I am now happily married to someone who went through something similar, and her and I are a match made in heaven. It took me forever to really find who I was and the people that mattered in my life, but I'm so glad I stuck around to see things improve. I had an affair with a married woman and came out of it with PTSD. I know, pretty standard run-of-the-mill stuff. This happened damn near 7 years ago now, but I've been watching a lot of Reddit stories lately and thought I'd try my hand at this since I have a modicum of stories to tell. For background, I, a 22-year-old man at the time, had gotten out of a particularly long-term relationship toward the beginning of 2019. My ex and I were engaged for a few years, waiting until we were a bit older to really start planning things out for the wedding. Both going through college, both working, and had moved in together the year prior. Things were okay at first after moving in, but I started to realize that we wanted different things, and we were very clearly in 2 different places in life. I'll get into that story as well as the story of my subsequent girlfriend in separate posts somewhere on this site. But for now, let's focus on October 2019. I'm depressed. I bought a house a few months prior and had a friend move into my spare room because I was just so lonely that I didn't know how to handle it. I had taken up working out my liver most nights of the week, doing 12-ounce curls at a local bar called The Park. They had karaoke at this place. And well, turns out I'm quite the singer. This particular night, I believe it was the 11th, I'm sitting at the end of the bar, already a bit blitzed and waiting for karaoke to begin when I hear, "Oh my God," come from behind me in a sort of familiar voice. I turned to meet eyes with a woman I had met in this bar maybe a year or 2 prior. Yes, I drank underage, I know, terrible, and had taken a bit of a liking to it at that time, but never saw again. We'll call her Bridget here. Bridget would have been 26 years old at the time, and she greeted me with a warm hug and a huge smile that could have filled that little dive bar. She asked if I remembered her, and of course I said yes. She had me sing The Middle by Jimmy Eat World for her the last time we met. And when I brought that up to, I guess, prove that I did remember her, she told me that that was legitimately like her favorite song. What followed were hours upon hours of deep conversation that flowed from the bar to the tables, to the smoking area, and back again, stopping only when one of us was up to sing. Turns out, we had quite a bit in common, and I already felt myself sort of falling for her. There was just one problem. She was married. When she told me this, I was understandably crushed. But she was such a unique person that I felt confident we could be friends and very much wanted to do so, because having her in my life in any capacity would be worth it. She gave me her phone number as friends, and we went our separate ways after closing down the bar and having an additional half-hour conversation outside in the parking lot once we got kicked out. The next day, that whole, "Your new contact Bridget is on Snapchat" notification popped up while I was at work, and I went ahead and added her. She added me back almost immediately, and we began talking. The first couple days or so, we talked about everything under the sun. I told her about all my recent traumas, my job, the 2 exes I mentioned above. She told me about her husband and daughter. I think she was 7 or 8 at this time. What she did for work, etc. Toward the end of that first week, though, she was messaging me late at night, and the conversation turned. We were having one of our trademark deep discussions. I was at a Halloween party. She was at home. Out of nowhere, she texted me. "I have something I want to say to you, but I don't think I should." I told her in that case we'd play a guessing game for me to try to figure it out. Eventually, once I figured out what she was trying to tell me without actually telling me, I said, Well, in that case, I love you too. And she responded simply with, fuck. Over the next few months, I fell completely head over heels for this woman. I began visiting her at work on Fridays when she was there by herself. She'd come over my place for a few hours once or twice a week, while she was supposed to be at her sister's house. I even took her on a whole ass date one night. She explained to me very early on that she was a witch and practiced magic, and this was absolutely captivating to me. To this day, I still consider myself to be pagan as well. She also explained the terms of our relationship and her relationship with her husband, telling me that their arrangement was nothing more than complacent, and they were really just together for business and their daughter at this point. She even went as far as to tell me that he was mildly abusive, and this made me genuinely believe that I was doing the right thing here. We called it the New Year's Project, where after the first of the year, she would start the process of getting a divorce to be with me. She always told me she couldn't wait to love me loudly. That day never came. In late January 2020, we broke up after she realized that she wanted to fix her family. We had a long, hard conversation about this, and I agreed that that would be the best move for her if this is how she was feeling. We made an agreement that we would stay best friends from that point on, because neither of us wanted to have the other leave their life. This agreement lasted maybe a month. It started out slowly, but little by little she began to become unrecognizable to me. Little bits of the personality she had put on for me started to fall away, until eventually we were talking less and less. Of course, I still wanted her back as a partner through all of this, but feeling her push away and change who she was, or who I thought she was incredibly devastating for me. The pandemic hit shortly after, and I ended up getting laid off of work, and suddenly felt like I had nothing left. On April 11th at 3 in the morning, I made the decision to end my life. I chose to do so through an overdose of prescription antidepressants that I had been put on at this point, and I took them just before bed while playing Xbox with one friend and 2 people I didn't know. My goal was to quietly disappear in my sleep. The next morning I woke up shaking and drifting in and out of consciousness. Scared and realizing what I had done, I texted Bridget for help. Keep in mind though, I didn't tell her the circumstances, and to this day, I still don't think she knows what happened. All I said was I thought I was having a seizure, and her response was, well, don't die, I guess. 2 or 3 days prior, I had written a short poem and posted it to Facebook. The theme of this was coffee and how I had made some for the first time since the last time she was over. She hated that. She chose that moment to bring it up and told me, you don't get to decide how I feel about all of this. You don't know what I'm going through. So I told her I would give her some space and she could come back and talk to me about everything when she was ready. A week passed, then 2, then months had passed. After 6 months, now a year since we first connected, I reached out to her and received no response. Then I texted again and realized that I had been blocked. This period of time and the year that followed were one of the hardest of my life. When I returned to work, I saw a car that looked like hers on my commute in and almost crashed my car. I freaked out so bad. My therapist concluded that my time with Bridget had caused me to develop PTSD. I believe she worked some sort of dark magic on me to make me pay for what I did. Here's the kicker. While we were together, she had convinced me that we were connected on such a deep level that it would have been impossible for us to be separated. She found an article about a concept called twin flames and sent it to me saying it sounded just like us. For those of you who aren't privy, a twin flame is basically if your own soul had been split in half and put into 2 different bodies. It's essentially a soulmate on crack. I know that about a week prior to my suicide attempt that she had performed a cord-cutting spell on me to get over me, and I felt the effects when this happened and later confirmed it with her. I don't know what other kind of magic she could have worked on me after the fact, but I do know that for a very long time afterward, I struggled in almost every aspect of life. I know now that I was probably just a bit of fun for her at the time, and looking back I'm glad that it happened because it really taught me a lot. I think it's abhorrent to love bomb someone as hard as she did just for a bit of sex and the thrill of sneaking around, but I'm not mad at her anymore. Somewhere around a year after my suicide attempt, I received a text from her husband who had somehow figured everything out at that point, and he said they were going to work through it. I have no idea how he found out, but I'd have to assume it was eating her alive, and she told him. It was certainly eating away at me. That was when I think I finally got at least part of closure I needed and was able to truly start to move on, though bits of what happened still haunt me. I don't know if they're still together or not, but I hope they are and I hope they're happy. Bridget, if somehow you find this post, I'm sorry for how I acted toward the end, and I want you to know that I'm not upset with you anymore. You were a very important person in my life for a short while, and getting over you was one of the hardest things I ever went through, but I'll never regret that any of it happened. I am married now to someone who suits me very well, and my life has turned out better than I could have hoped. It's always a journey rather than the destination, and I'm glad that you were a part of mine. I do hope that I never run into you in public again, but I also hope you're doing well. TLDR, I had an affair with a married woman, and all I got was this lousy PTSD, though I did eventually rehabilitate and move on. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me, this was a year or two ago. My ex and I would stay in a shady hotel in Naperville, Illinois. It was cheap, not that dirty and quiet. I really didn't think much about it. It wasn't a bad area and didn't give weird vibes. The reviews say otherwise, but we never had any experiences till this story. Plus, never looked at the reviews till after this happened. We got there pretty late, probably around midnight, and no one was at the counter. We've always checked in that late. We kept ringing the bell and calling. No answer. I was ready to jump the counter and go see till this guy came in. He was wearing shorts and a camo sweater that was more of a windbreaker material. It was June or July in the Midwest, hot and humid all day. Personally, I think it's even more muggy at night. He looked greasy and his eyes were wide and dark, like shark eyes. He told us that he had been trying check-in too, but no one was there. My ex is still trying to call, and he's just talking to us about not being able to check in. I immediately got weird vibes, but maybe he's just a weirdo who really can't check in. He's helping us figure out what's going on. He's yelling, "Hey, is someone back there? We need help." Eventually, my ex gets mad enough we just leave and go get some food. As we're walking out, I tell her we need to watch out for him. Immediate feelings of something's off. He just had a weird look in his eyes, and his smile creeped me out, and the way he was talking to us. You know when someone is smiling, but kind of not at the same time. I kind of played it off as he's probably high. His eyes were wide, full and glassy, greasy, kind of checks all the boxes. We go get food, and then sit in the car for a while calling. No answer. We go back and try again, but again no one is there. Same guy comes in behind us, almost immediately. The first time he came in a few minutes after us, but this time it was almost immediately. The same conversation goes on, and the same shit of him trying to find the person. You know when someone is helping, but they're just acting like they're helping. He keeps saying how he's been trying to check in forever, and no one is here. I tell my ex we should go, so we sit in the car while she calls again. Honestly, I don't know why she's trying so many times, but I'm not about to tell her to quit when she's mad. And we're in the locked car. This time someone answers, but they don't say a word, just breathing in the phone. My ex still saying, "Hello, we're trying to check in," and they just keep breathing in the phone. Personally, hearing someone breathing in the phone with no word, "Yeah, I'm out of there," I think the next phone call she makes, or maybe the same one, someone answers. She's taking to them about checking in, then says, "So you work here, why wouldn't you check us in?" Immediately as she said that, I was ready to get the fuck out of there. I was asking if that was him, and we need to go. Soon as she hung up, I told her I'll drive us back home, which was 3-ish hours. We are not staying here ever again. I had the car in reverse by time she was hanging up. This time I didn't care if she was going to be mad. As we're backing out, he's walking toward my car. He was right there. If I waited just a little more, I would have ran him over. I hit the gas out of there. What the fuck just happened? From the time my ex hung up to us pulling out, he was already booking it to my car. He was moving hella quick, and I wish I backed into him now. I can't explain the feeling going through my body. He's seen us come the first time. Let us stand there for a while, then came in pretending he didn't work there. We leave and come back, and he comes in right behind us, doing the same shit. So he was clearly watching us, knew what car I drove, and where I parked. We never seen him outside, so I don't know if he was hiding or what. Then he starts answering the phone, but not saying a word, just breathing. I never asked my ex what he said on the phone. I really should have. I was more concerned that she wasn't as concerned as I was. Who knows what the fuck he wanted with us? The look in his eyes was crazy, dead but excited. I don't even know how to describe it. He was going to assault us or kill us. What's the most disturbing to me is that he was playing with us, fully enjoying himself, pretending he was helping us, and didn't know what was going on. Whole time he knew exactly what was going on. I had immediate vibes about him, but honestly he was good. I have good intuition, but I don't always listen to it. And I'm a people pleaser. Not to sound rude, but anyone dumb or clueless would easily been tricked. Now I've learned to listen to myself, whether someone's going to be mad or not. My ex was mad we wasted our money, and she's rich. Bro, what? I can't believe I let us go back in after feeling what I felt, but I'm 25 now, and a year or two ago, I was an idiot that would follow anything she did, so she wanted mad at me. Thinking about it all now is just so different. It was actually crazy as fuck. We left reviews, and I read one that involved a girl. My ex and I are gay, so both women. A parent left a review involving their daughter. A guy working had been creepy with her, and she left the hotel at one point. Maybe to go to the car. Not sure, they didn't say. But the dude locked her out of the hotel. I don't know if he was still in there or outside with her, but he locked her out for some reason. They left immediately after that and called the cops. I don't know, but that has to be the same dude. There's no way. What do y'all think he was going to do? Poker babies. I will bet 200, said the well-groomed German man. His movements were methodical. The newly acquired courage at the stroke of midnight caught my attention. I secretly watched like a proud father as he took down pot after pot. With a calm, unwavering determination, he battled from behind to claim an unprecedented novice victory. Germany felt like the little brother or sister who tries to play catch-up with an older sibling. There's a bit of delay there. During my first 6 months in Deutschland in 2007, I had the feeling like I'd gone back in time. Aside from your everyday teenager wearing vintage Michael Jackson attire, you find many other things that were reminiscent of 1980s America. Turn on the TV and you'd see American shows in the same era, but it felt like they weren't. Ironically, I had that been there, done that feeling in my expat life. Poker was no exception either. In the span of a year, I'd seen an increase in poker advertisements in 2 major German cities. And just when I thought I had kicked my quasi-poker addiction, I got sucked back in, only this time it was in a new setting. It was a Friday night. The game was low-stakes Texas Hold'em. The scene, a table, 1 deck of cards, 1 set of chips, a card shuffler, a nearby television broadcasting the 24-hour poker channel, some snacks, and some beer. My budding competition stood right before my eyes. 3 Germans and 1 Australian. They were all pretty much green, with the exception of the Aussie. He'd been playing for a few months. Pre-game time, we all sat at the table in a relaxed, professional manner. It was a bit of a change from the games back home with the boys, where jovial jabs and ball-busting ensued before any cards were dealt. I thought I had seen it all before and was unconditionally prepared for a banal beginner's game on this particular night, since I had played loads of house games for the better part of 2.5 years before shacking up in the land of beer and brat. But for this one, I needed to keep things in perspective and recognize what brought me there in the first place. I was in a fierce mood to play poker's greatest game, so I took what came my way. No flash, no arrogance, not even a mean, competitive face on. They learn, they work hard, they try to do it well, and they catch on quickly. That's a German in poker. I was no doubt impressed by the signs of poker competency these guys were displaying. The amiable, tall, slender German man was beating me like I was his illegitimate son. It didn't matter that it was only his second attempt at poker. He remembered his first time as an entirely different game, and that he hadn't a clue about the value of his cards. Every pot I raised, he called in one. Even more depressing was the revelation of his whole cards at the end of each claimed victory. This was the same man who professes undying love for cheese, with no reservations about ordering a quattro cheese pizza for our evening dinner. I would not have been the least bit surprised to learn of a daily breakfast of bratwurst. Germans are genetically impervious to high cholesterol. I raise, said the eventual champion, his subtle smile an obvious tell indicating he was about to rake in the mother lode. I'll fold again, I said. I call you. How much? Said the other German player, who showed strong resolve as he tried to make a run. And the Aussie? He was impressive in his own right, with dominant play for a respectable amount of time. To tell you the truth, I was thrilled with the competition. It's a master's dream to see his students come into their own. But, you know, when you're a poker baby, logic and strategy are out the door. You're untrained and you lack the experience. Nearly every hand is played just to see where you end up. Oftentimes, it's leaning over the skilled, experienced guy who's wondering what the heck is happening to him for some inexplicable reason. It is something that frequently occurs with absolute beginners. But after a few rounds, you can kiss your beginner's luck goodbye. Maybe I was a bit bitter because the poker gods weren't there for me on that humbling evening. But that's fine, that's okay. Because I'm not even sure that I could have necessarily chalked up my miserable loss to a beginner's luck invasion. Nevertheless, I knew this much. As the surrogate skipper that evening's poker gig, I felt beholden to the development of my rookie crew, and I secretly hoped one day for a flash of gratitude when they eventually rolled on past me to the esteemed poker star world. Shared sensitive documents in 2022, drove a car through a government building, had a 6-month grippy vaki, ended up on a DARPA research team, and mailed letters to 13 government offices. Story related. Let me explain. Actually, let me start earlier than that. I have a neuroscience degree. I spent 2 years in medical school and was third in my class. I tutored physiology. I was on a healthy trajectory. Then my loan company went insolvent and I was forced to drop out, which is the kind of thing that happens to you and you think surely there is some recourse here, and there is not. In February 2022, I was browsing the internet through Tor and found what appeared to be a controversial series of documents. I immediately posted them online. I was not trying to become a person of interest, but shortly after posting, I became convinced I was being followed. Now that most of the documents are public, you'll never really know if I was. Feeling unsafe in the community and operating on the logic that jail was probably safer than wherever I was, I drove my beater through the glass wall of what I later found out was a government-owned building, then scooted across town with my bumper hanging off and surrendered myself to the county police department. The beater was otherwise unharmed, and the entire police force was on the lookout for the guy standing in their lobby with a firearm. The wall was $50,000 in damage. On the way into the parking lot, I parked on the grass, and I bumped into a generator, so they charged another $25,000 in damages. The beater was not charged with anything. I was arrested with my firearm. The police report noted the firearm. The police report did not note that I had a valid license to carry said firearm for years. This distinction would later make a large difference. I spent 15 months in jail. The psychiatric reports from my first week described someone who was extremely distraught and delusional. I suppose the first part was accurate. I was not having a great week. I was also, for what it's worth, not a flight risk. I literally drove myself to the police station. After 15 months in solitary confinement, I was released on an unsupervised personal bond with no treatment team, no direction, and no particular explanation. I got a job at a restaurant. For 9 months, I was completely stable, entirely unmonitored, and did not drive into any additional structures. I'll never understand why they never took my license. Anyways, after a month, I was relieved that nobody was following me. My date to plea came, and I pled insanity. Then I received 24 hours notice to surrender to the Grippy Hospital. I had to tell my employer my grandfather had a medical emergency out of state. My grandfather beat cancer thrice. He was fine. I surrendered on time. I spent 6 months at Grippy where they initially deemed me a compliance risk and gave me involuntary injections. We watched like 28 seasons of South Park. I learned card games and drew pictures. Then they made me president of the unit for good behavior and released me. The criteria for both of these outcomes were never fully explained to me. I was diagnosed with unspecified bipolar disorder. I have been completely stable for 3.5 years since the original incident. I have complied with every requirement of my court-ordered outpatient grippy oversight, without exception. I have not been on tour. Now here is the interesting part. My treatment costs $5,000 per month. Medicaid gets billed for it. My psychiatrist has told me I can't return to full-time work because I would lose Medicaid eligibility. The medication they give me costs $2,000 per month before Medicaid picks it up. The constant case worker appointments cost Medicaid $40K/year. Nobody can afford that, and taxpayers are paying for that. The alternative drugs cause me to produce milk, and it does not bring all the boys to the yard. And I'm a boy. I discovered this while receiving injections. At the same time, 20 HR/WK Medicaid work requirements are being reinstated this year, which means if I don't work enough hours, I lose coverage. If I work too many hours, I lose coverage. If I lose coverage, I cannot afford treatment. If I cannot afford treatment, I will be reinstitutionalized. Institutionalization costs Medicaid $80K/year, and they are making society pay for it. I have been advised by every person involved in my case, from the caseworkers to the care team, psychiatrist, DHS worker, and multiple case managers, that there is no solution available under current rules. I have been told not to worry about it until the requirements take effect. My employer has been cutting my hours because I am not as openly available for scheduling as other employees, which is because I am not allowed to work full-time. So I had to file for partial unemployment. This triggered an audit going back to 2025. Now I'm currently completing a full financial audit. Meanwhile, my NGRI charges still appear on every background check, despite being told before my plea that they will be removed. The private attorney informed my mother and her fiancé that pleading NGRI would result in full record suppression. Then he requested an additional $10,000. We could not afford it. We got a public defender instead, who got me released on bond immediately for free. The original attorney's attack strategy had been for me to sit in solitary for 16 months until they were forced to drop the charges. This cost the state $60K. I had already paid the attorney $5K before learning this. The record was never suppressed. I have had job offers rescinded from Amazon, a major mortgage company, and food delivery services. The beater, and my weapons still have a clean record. I still work at the restaurant on weekends. But during my weekdays for the last 2 years, I've worked toward joining a team submitting a proposal to a federal defense research program. Over the past 2 years, I taught myself Python and C++. I developed a computational framework for governing the reasoning processes of AI systems. I was invited to a DoD seminar, registered through my sole proprietorship, submitted a teaming profile, and joined a proposal team. The team's written valuation of my contribution is $344,000 at $200 per hour. The sole proprietorship was originally formed to sell exotic hot pepper seeds on Etsy. I have sold 2 packs of pepper seeds. I have a federal EIN. The Pepper Seed Company and the Defense Research Entity are the same company. This is not likely to be reconciled in the near future. The state is currently spending over $100,000 per year overseeing someone who has been stable for 3.5 years, cannot legally work full-time, is contributing to a federal defense research proposal, and is moonlighting busing tables. And nobody even has a clue. The total cost of the state over 5 years of prosecution, incarceration, forensic evaluation, and ongoing oversight is approaching $1M. The original damage was a glass wall and a paint scuff on a generator. Combined cost $75,000. They sold the precious beater, and probably my gun too. I have attempted to resolve this through my caseworker, care team, forensic psychiatrist, DHHS worker, case manager's DHHS worker, and disability rights. Everyone understands the situation. Nobody has a solution. I have been told to wait. I have tried lawyers. Nobody will take it. There is no damages that make it worth their time. Nobody is technically violating any laws. So today I mailed physical letters to 13 offices: the governor, state senators, federal senators, the attorney general, health and human services, civil rights, county government, I used 12 stamps. It cost $8. I included my email address. I'm waiting. I don't want someone to feel empathy. I feel people should see the systematic misallocation and blatant edge case regarding Medicaid. I am stable. I am employed. I only get paid for the job that doesn't require formal education. I got an SUV. I'm still licensed, and I have a federal tax ID for a company that has never made a profit from pepper seeds, but is now documented with the Department of Defense. And somewhere there's an industrial generator with a scratch and a rubber skid mark on it.
So this first story here, this story is the reason why I had to put a warning at the beginning of the video. So prepare yourselves because it's going to be a wacky read. So the story is called "I Hooked Up with My First Cousin Last Night." Now, before we get into it, this story is quite old. It's 11 years old. So I will talk about it after I'm done reading it, but I don't think there's really any advice I can give this. So, alright, here we go. So yeah, that happened. I thought only backwoods Hicks did this. I guess I proved myself wrong. Before this happened, I really wanted to fuck him. Not since we were little or anything, only in the past few weeks. I don't know what changed. We didn't really grow up together. Yeah, I saw him on most weekends when I was very little, probably 4 years old to about 10. But we weren't the best buddies or anything. I was a cunty little brat, and he is 8 years older than me. So we didn't really even get along very well. A very long time passed without seeing him. I was doing my own thing, moving around. Didn't see him for probably 15 years or so. A few years back, I saw him at a 4th of July party with the rest of my family. I didn't think anything of it. It was with my boyfriend at the time. We're big drinkers in my family, so needless to say, everything was pretty toasted by the end of the night. I was sitting with my cousin, and he put his arms around me, and he hugged me. Again, I didn't think anything of it. I just thought we were all drunk, and since we hadn't seen each other in a long time, I just thought he was being sweet, and he was, but my boyfriend didn't think so. He flipped the fuck out and accused my cousin of wanting to fuck me. I lost my shit on him and told him that there is no way in fucking hell my cousin would ever even consider that. So I kicked my boyfriend out of the party and he walked home. Very long ways away. Laugh out loud. But nothing happened. Just a lot of shock and disgust and embarrassment from my family about my boyfriend even thinking that. A few years and boyfriends later, we end up at the present day. I'm 28 and my cousin's 36. I had some car troubles and since my family on my dad's side are mechanics, my dad and my cousin helped me fix it up. I have been seeing my cousin a bit more frequently with moving back to the area and hanging out with all of my cousins who I never really connected with as a kid. But anyways, after fixing my car, which I'm super thankful for, we sat on his porch and drank our faces off all night. I ended up mentioning that night about my ex-boyfriend being so crazy, suggesting that my cousin wanted to hook up with me. We both kind of shook our heads and laughed it off and agreed that it was so weird and crazy. But in that moment, I kind of knew that it was true. As we were laughing it off, you could kind of see that we were both kidding ourselves. I don't know if it's pheromones or what, but there had been a very strong pull towards each other. We both knew it, but wouldn't acknowledge it. It's fucked up. Really fucked up. We're grown-ass adults, not some preteens with hormones and running high and needing to experiment. From what I've been reading, that seems to be a majority of cousin sex stories. Teenagers effing around, being teenagers, but I digress. We went to a bar for our family party 2 weeks ago. To keep a long story short, I drove him home there, was too drunk to drive at the end of the night, and I stayed at his place. Nothing happened. I knew he wanted to do something though. I was organizing leftover food from the party in his fridge, and he just showed up in his boxers smiling at me. He was so fucking hammered. So I just directed him to his couch, and I put a blanket on him. Woke up the next day, and he made breakfast, and got some coffee, and I went home. I am not going to read that. It's just her talking about, thinking about him. Let's just say that. I'm not going to read that. I will definitely get this video taken down. So I've been going out of my way to make excuses to see him. Oh, hey, I'm just passing by the area. Want to hang out for a bit? I got a free TV. No, anyone who wants it? Shit like that. Most of the times I would just hang out with him until around 10 p.m. and go home. We laugh, sing songs, and generally just have an overall great time. Cracking jokes and cracking beers until last night. Party at his house. Same old, just drinking and hanging with family. He was kind of getting touchy towards the end of the night, and he tends to do that, just like hugging, saying love you cuz, being a generally jolly guy. But when everyone went home and I was the last one left, it was different. I could see he so badly wanted to say something. I did too. He wanted to start saying things like, ugh, I just wish trailing off every time. Obviously I knew what he was saying. I said, yeah, me too. He told me that I smelled really good and just hugged me tight and buried his face in my hair. I knew it was happening that night. The draw was too strong, so I hugged him back and we just embraced for a while. It's so fucking strange wanting to be with someone and not being able to. Especially when the feeling is mutual. But he said again he wished. He said again he wished. Oh gosh. He wished things were different, and I just made the first stab at it. And I told him, I have a crush on you. And let me tell you, being a grown-ass woman telling someone you have a crush on them feels so special. I usually just say to guys, I want to make love, but you can't really just up and say that to your cousin. Ha ha ha. So that was it. He kissed me, but some of my other family literally lives next door to him, so I pulled away real fast. I told him that you can't do it outside. We need to go inside. Game on, motherfucker. Or her cousin fucker. So weird. So we just started ravaging each other. It was great. I won't go into detail, thank God. But we did everything besides what? Okay. And besides actually making love. And not like we wouldn't have, just kind of drinking, it kind of prevents that. He was super sweet. He was giving me the eyes. So the eyes someone only gives you when they're completely in love with you. Not lustful, but if you've seen it, you know what I mean. He was caressing my face, holding me real close. Just overall being really loving. Some of my past boyfriends weren't even that real with me. Ha ha ha. Of course, there were moments of... Wait, hold on. Of course, there were moments we really shouldn't be doing this. Him saying it, not me. But I just laughed and said, the bridge has already been crossed. So, screw it. We ended up just laying together and him holding me. It was really nice. He told me he loved me. That kind of shocked me. Well, he was always drunkenly saying he loves me, but this time it was, I love you. I didn't know what to say. Just say, I love you too, cuz mental head slap shortly ensued. So he went to bed and I snuck out before the morning. I just wanted to post this because I just don't know what to think. It's the next day. I feel good, but at work my stomach kept dropping like an impending doom. But always excited butterflies. It's fucking weird. I've been through so much in my life. It's been a long time since I even felt anything remotely like this, but I can't act on it. Can't tell anyone. My family would disown us for sure. He has a young teenage son. What what would happen to him mentally if he found out that his dad committed incest? I mean, we probably will make love again. We're really close and attracted to each other. I never thought in a million years I would be one of those people kissing cousins. Sounds effing horrifying, but it was really nice. I don't know. I'm just so confused about the whole damn thing. I just wish we weren't cousins. Guess my ex-boyfriend was right the entire time. No regrets. Whew, oh boy. Okay, that was the end. Clearly there's something very fucked up in this family. That's not normal. I'm sorry, I'm going to be one of those assholes. I mean, there's some people in the comments actually supporting her. And granted, this is an 11-year-old story, so I'm going to just say right off the bat, there's something wrong with you. That's your family. Like, I don't care if you guys didn't know each other that well. That's still your blood. That's disgusting. Trigger Sweet Home Alabama. I don't have a lot to say about that. My good lord. Okay, so our next story deals with mother issues. This is an 18 year old. No, it's 18 days old. And it is called, Is It Wrong That I Don't Want a Relationship with My Mother Anymore? It's very hard for me to write this, but I need an outside perspective because I honestly don't know what to do with these feelings anymore. I have an awful relationship with my mother, to be honest. It feels like we never really had a mother-daughter relationship at all. When I was younger, we were a complete family. Things were more stable because my father was there. He was caring, gentle, and a loving parent. I was very emotionally attached to him. My parents got married late in life. My mom was 47, my dad was 52. And I was born when my mom was 48. I was their only child. When I was 13, my father got cancer. And not long after that, he died. And that period completely destroyed me. I was still a child, grieving someone I was deeply attached to, and I desperately needed comfort and support. But my mother was never that kind of person. She was always harsh, cold, and unable to show affection after my father died. She got even worse. We started fighting more and more, and instead of supporting me while I was falling apart, she became even more mean. There were times when our arguments got so bad that she beat me until I was bleeding. I grew up feeling scared, tense, and emotionally abandoned. As a teenager, things got bad, that I self-harmed and had multiple moments when I wanted to end my life. None of that seemed to matter to her. It felt like the only thing that she wanted from me was good grades and for me to behave in any way that was convenient for her. My pain, my grief, and my mental state didn't seem important at all. When I was 17, I left home and moved in with my boyfriend. Later, I married him. That caused even more conflict because my husband is from a different ethnicity, and my mother is extremely racist and nationalistic. Since then, our relationship has only gotten worse. The truth is, I don't feel love towards her. I don't feel closeness. I don't even feel much sympathy anymore. She's almost 70 now, and I know a lot of people would say that because she's old and she's my mother. I should take care of her. I should be there for her. But I can't make myself want that. I don't want contact with her. I don't want to be close with her. I don't want to force a relationship that has only ever brought me pain. What I do feel is guilt. A lot of it. I feel stuck between she's my mother and I should care about her, and she hurt me deeply for years, and I don't owe access to someone who abused me. I know she's getting older, and that makes the guilt worse, but I still don't feel any desire to reconnect. I don't know how to deal with this. I don't know whether forgiveness is necessary or even possible. I don't know if healing means forgiving her or just accepting that I can't love someone who made my childhood feel unsafe. Has anyone dealt with something similar? How do you get over the guilt of not wanting a relationship with your own mother? Is forgiveness actually necessary, or is the distance sometimes the healthiest choice? Distance is the healthiest choice. It's 100% the healthiest choice. This woman was terrible to this girl. It's awful what she had to go through. Like, I mean, abuse is a very, very serious thing. Like, yes, I'm sure the husband or the father passing away was like a major, like, that can really take a toll on someone. But she mentions that the mother was always like that. So, and it just got worse. So, in my opinion, like, as messed up as it sounds, I would not want to talk. Like, I would want to stay away from her. It's just, there's no reason to feel guilt. Alright? It's just, that's what, the only reason why you feel guilt is because it is family. But, what is family when they don't even treat you like family? Let's move on to the next story. I do want to mention though, a lot of these stories I picked were just due to the title. So when you guys are first hearing them, this is when I'm first hearing them. So I feel like I should mention that. So the next story is 23 days old, and it's called How to Move On. And I'm assuming it's going to deal with, you know, moving on from someone you broke up with. So here we go. How do you unlove someone who has become part of who you are? The one person you trusted with your most fragile self. Who still hurt you? The person you gave your life to. The man you exchanged vows with. And the father of your daughter. Hi, I'm a 24-year-old married woman with one lovely daughter, and I'm currently learning how to unlove someone. How to currently unlove someone. Someone once told me that I should write about it. Not to gain sympathy, but to release all the disappointment, the pain, and the longing. I still care for that person. I've kept this hidden from everyone because they see me as a girl who can handle anything. The one who will always make it through. So, here I am, finally pouring it all out. Before I begin sharing the unfortunate things that happened between me and this person, I want you to know how we ended up in this situation. It was 2018. He kept messaging me, trying to get my attention, but I didn't like him. Not because of his personality. I didn't even know him at all, except that he was a soldier and his family lived about 100 meters from our house. Yes, we were neighbors. I didn't like him because he was in the army. Not to brag, but quite a few men in the army had tried to pursue me before, and none of them have succeeded. I had this strong stereotype that I would only toy with your feelings and then leave. I think she's... by the way, I don't think she's saying that she toys with their feelings. I think she thinks that the army people do that. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's it. I have seen many women suffer because of that. I grew up near a military camp, so those stories were common. So when he kept messaging me, it didn't work. If anything, it only annoyed me. In 2019, when the pandemic hit, he wasn't as persistent anymore, but he still messaged me from time to time. I would reply with very short answers. I still wasn't interested, not until I saw him in person. He was neat, tall, and honestly, his body was exactly my type. From that moment, I started responding more through not with any bad intentions. I just thought he was cute. Nothing more besides there wasn't much to do during lockdown, so talking to him became a way to pass the time. Something fun in an otherwise boring situation. That was also the year he started courting me. Am I stupid? I don't think I've ever heard that before. And so in 2020, I finally said yes, and we officially became a couple. That year I got to know him better, and he felt like the man of my dreams. No vices, neat, tall, physically fit, and very family oriented. In 2021, we made so many memories together. I'm a bit conservative and religious, so we didn't engage in anything inappropriate. I loved how we were generally happy and just being with each other, without needing those things, and how he respected our boundaries and stayed committed to our relationship. In 2022, I became someone I barely recognized. We crossed boundaries, and I once swore I would never cross, and we did those things, intimate things, without protection. I didn't even know exactly when it started, but little by little, I just stopped resisting, and I just let things happen. It wasn't what I wanted for myself, yet in that moment, I found myself going along with it. It felt so unlike me, and then everything changed. I got pregnant. In 2023, we got married before the wedding, and I kept asking him if he was truly sure about it. I was hesitant, not because I didn't care about him, but because I didn't want him to marry me just because we had a child together. I wanted to know that he was choosing me, that he genuinely wanted this marriage, and I asked him many times, even up to the days before the wedding, until he started getting angry, saying it sounded like I was the one who didn't want it. So we got married. But after the wedding, I began to notice so many changes in him. He started drinking, he started smoking. I never known him to have any vices at all. I truly believe he had none. Then I saw another side of him. He was the angry man in their household. Someone even his own parents couldn't control. His own parents couldn't control. We were living with his family at the time, and that's when the doubt began to creep in. This was not the man I thought I married. Who was this person? That year I uncovered so many things I learned that his family had been helping him hide his habits and behavior from me. He became secretive, started lying. Somehow I always found out. I always had a way of discovering the truth. But I chose to ignore it all. I had just given birth, and I felt like I might lose my sanity if I allowed myself to carry off my pain at once. In 2025, our relationship remained shaky. I discovered even more of his bad habits. He gambled, watched explicit videos of girls online. Oh boy, that's a big no-no. And lied, and accused me of being a gold digger. And even searched for massages with extra services in his area of assignment. Okay. During the first quarter of the year, we lost contact for a while. We only reconnected shortly before my daughter's birthday, when he asked me if we could celebrate a little early since his vacation was coming up. We don't live together. He spends his vacations at his mom's house, and I was staying with my parents since we didn't have our own home yet. I agreed. The celebration itself went okay, but we didn't interact much. Days later, someone messaged me claiming to be his mistress. That's when everything got blurry. I was stressed and doubted my own worth. So much happened after that, but I won't go into details. To make it short, his family got involved, his parents, his brother, and even his brother's fiancée. I felt like I was dying inside from betrayal, pain, and disappointment. How could the people I trusted betray me like this? We've tried to rebuild our family this year, and I've been controlling my emotions, but he would suddenly burst out about how his parents and brothers are involved, and when I tried to share my side, he refused to listen. I realized he would never truly favor me or stand by me. He still sees me as the asshole in the situation. And that's when I finally decided this needs to stop. I still love him so much. I overthink what would happen if he found another girl or how it would affect my daughter, but this suffering has to end. If he's not willing to stand by us, me and our daughter, then I shouldn't be forcing myself to hold on to him. I have so many regrets. I have so many questions for him. Why would you pretend to be someone you're not? How could you marry me and treat me like garbage? How could you live like a single man while I carry all the responsibilities you never chose to take on? Why did you chose to break me? I paused so much of my life for the little family we created, my education, my dreams, everything, because I trusted you. You said you had it all, but instead I ended up doing everything wrong. How could you do this to me? And how do I move on from this? Wow. Oh man. That was a sad, sad story. That took a dark turn. Like, I should have kind of guessed that it was going to go to shit when I read the title called How to Move On. But man, so let me give you a piece of advice, people. If you find out, like, granted, she didn't have much of a choice once they did get married, and she didn't know any of this. But she had like a daughter, and I'm pretty sure they're pretty young. Like, she's 24, I think she said. But for those who find out before they get serious and stuff, if you find out that your partner's keeping stuff from you about what they do and stuff, get away from them. Like, it's gonna get so much worse, and it's just terrible. Like, people hide red flags like all the time from people because they want you to like them, but like, red flags are a big thing. Even the little things like add up. Like, so you always gotta be aware, is what I'm trying to say. But anyway, that was the third story. Man, I'm finding a lot of kind of sad stories today and kind of messed up ones. So let's see what the next story has to offer. Alright, so this next story is 2 months old, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna take this with a grain of salt because it seems too wacky, too goofy, judging by the title. Involves a celebrity, pretty big, so let's just get straight into it. I said something rude about Hosier's ex-girlfriend, and she DM'd me about it. Throwaway, and this was a couple of years ago. This happened in the middle of when Too Sweet by Hosier was trending. A couple of years ago. That was a couple of years. Man, I didn't even know that was a couple of years ago. Man, time goes by. Everyone and their mom was using the song in their Instagram reels, and I'm sick of it now. But at the time, I definitely thought it was a bop. I've heard via my friend who's in the Hosier FBI, that the song, as was his entire album, Unreal on Earth, was actually about his ex. Specifically, Too Sweet was a dig at his ex, which is obvious if you read the lyrics. According to my friend, a lot of the Hosier fandom was really shocked that he dated this woman because they didn't expect him to be enamored with a very LA Pilates influencer type. The fact that people were shocked was honestly hilarious to me. I do feel for the fans whose perception of him soured a bit. Hosier showed even he will fall for someone who seemed really vaped as long as she's conventionally attractive skinny lady. But yeah, being parasocial never pays. Anyway, I came across maybe the 50th reel on Instagram that had someone using that song, and I decided to be a little shit about it. I commented, fun fact, this song's a diss track against his crunchy Pilates instructor ex-girlfriend who left him for another guy. Oh, I didn't know that was the song was about. I thought it was about him leaving. Okay, whatever. I'm not defending myself. It was rude. I left that comment on the post of an Insta user that happened to have a pretty decent following. And I was one of the first few commenters on that post, so it gained something close to like 18k likes. By the time I'd taken a screenshot for later context, a nice little dopamine hit for a few weeks. I don't know how long after, but apparently that caught the ex's attention. I was bored and waiting to board a plane to fly back home from a work trip. So I was looking through Instagram message requests, and I see one from my account I don't recognize. That was sent the night before. You already know who it is because of that title of this post. This is her opener. How is your cat doing? Okay. For context, I had a post about then closed GoFundMe because my kitty had been extremely sick. From what we didn't know at the time, I was lymphoma in her liver. By this time, I made the decision to have her put down so she didn't have to suffer anymore. I also really couldn't afford to keep her alive without going to severe debt. On the message alone, I didn't know who this person was. I saw she had 14k followers, so I figured maybe she was some influencer trying to perform some charity. I don't know if that was a stretch. I messaged back, hey, thanks for asking. I actually had to put it down a couple months ago. This is her next message. That's terrible. And then cats are so cute. Please be cautious of the hate you're spreading on social media. Don't forget, people exist in real life with feelings. Sometimes it's easy to type nasty stuff on the phone, but remember, it's a human you are talking about. Oh, yeah, sorry that your cat died. By the way, can you stop being a fucking asshole on social media? Anyway, girl, what the fuck? A weak nod to sympathy, followed by a lecture in the same message. Granted, I'm confused and a little nervous. I thought maybe I accidentally liked an Insta reel that was actually really offensive, or somehow she said something bigoted without, accidentally said something bigoted without meaning to. you know, what when you like a post until the comments inform you on why it's actually very harmful, so you take your like back. I thought it was something like that. I was ready to unlike and delete, etc. Her profile doesn't really tell me who she is, and there's no mention of Hosier on there, understandably. And then I get an inkling of an idea. I look through the messages my Hosier informant sent me. I found the link to the ex-girlfriend's profile. She messaged and clicked on it. It's the same profile. Oh, okay. This is some lady in her feelings. I screenshot the messages and sent them back to the Hosier friend, who's as aghast as I am. We both talked about what I could say next, and I decided to play dumb. Hey, thanks for your concern. As for the hate, could you show me what you're talking about, please? She then proceeds to leave me unread. I'm not sure what she expected out of this conversation, but if she showed me the comment I left, I probably would have responded with some version of, "Oh, that? Okay, girl, I thought I said something actually harmful to like marginalized people." Ultimately, the interaction was a bit of a nothing burger, but I still got a laugh out of it. The fact that she started a conversation about her feelings being hurt by a stranger about their dead cat. Hope this gives someone a little giggle too. Well, that did indeed give me a giggle, but I will be honest. My nose is sniffing. I have a feeling that this story was. There's a chance that the story could be fake, but I don't know, man. That just sounds so outlandishly how could you make that up? But at the same time, it sounds too wacky. Like this is like fish paste, but yes, yeah, that was. So, man, I didn't know though that's what Too Sweet was about. I thought it was just about him breaking up with a girl, but it's a great song. I mean, I can understand though the whole when a song gets played too much. like there's some good songs out there, but I fucking hate them now because they've been played on the radio like a bajillion times, or on TikTok or Shorts, for example. It's the big one, but. Yeah. Don't make fun of Hosier's ex-girlfriend, that's for sure. But let's get to the next story. So this next story I think is actually a nice one to end it off on. It kind of has like a nice message in it. Yeah, especially since like a lot of the stories in this video were kind of depressing, a little weird, except for the last one. That one was just funny. So this one's 27 days old, and it's called Remember Your Why. Some of the seasons of life stretch us in ways we never expected for me. The last few years, I have been a blend of leadership, caregiving, motherhood, and holding up a household that depends on me. I'm the vice president of a talent acquisition. I'm a full-time caregiver to my husband, who has ALS, and I'm a mother of two, and the sole provider for my family. It's a lot. I won't pretend otherwise, but I won't frame it as a burden. This journey has taught me more about resilience, grace, and purpose than any title or milestone ever. I could have exhausted some days, physically, mentally, and emotionally, but I'm also deeply grateful. Grateful for the time I've had with people I love. Grateful for the work that has given me meaning. And grateful for the strength I didn't know I had until life demanded it. I'm very hard because my why is right in front of me every single day, and even on the toughest mornings, that is enough to keep me moving forward. If you're in a season that feels heavy, I hope you remember your why, too. Sometimes that's where the real power lives. Alright everyone, that's all the stories for tonight. Hopefully you guys had a nice relaxing time, and hello everyone. Tonight we'll be continuing Demon Souls as some sort of reason. And before we get into it, all the stories will be linked in the description below. All the videos I use, music I use, TikTok, being said, sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. Alright, so this next story I tried to record, but for some reason my microphone recorder, which is on my tablet, just like crashed, so I have to re-record everything. So this next story is about a woman that went on a date with this man, and after the first date she just lost interest and just wasn't into him. So that is the context for these text messages. That being said, let's get into it. It just kind of sucks because you seemed so down during the texting before we met. When we met, the whole day felt amazing, and then after for a day, it was fine. But all of a sudden, it's like you hit a switch. If I would have known you didn't want to try anything serious and just wanted to spend the day with another male, I would have treated it as a date, in quotation marks, and with everything I did for you to have a good first date together. I know you finally told me 2 days after our date that you didn't want anything serious, but I still feel pretty dumb setting my expectations so high, so I can't be upset at you. I won't take a wild guess that he is upset with her, because judging by the fact that he sent 3 paragraphs of text, like 3 different text messages that are paragraphs, and none of them have a response on it. So yes, I'm going to take a wild guess that he is indeed upset. And then the next set of messages says, so I was writing you to know that I miss you after the first date is too much. Yes, after the first date, especially if you guys are pretty much strangers, telling someone that you miss them, even though you barely know them, is kind of weird, but I progress. And saying you need to eat because I care about you even though we just met is too much. I don't know what he means by you need to eat, but I don't know, maybe she was maybe in his eyes she was too skinny, so she needed a Big Mac, and I don't know, like, what do you mean by you need to eat? I don't know the context behind that. That's such a shitty way to see things coming from another person. A random person can't care or ask about your well-being. You told me you weren't a call person after I had called you, and I guess that's just your name. That I won't add up. And when I said, do you have a boyfriend, I wasn't accusing you, I was simply making sure you didn't have one. And that's the right thing to do, and to confirm before you continue to meet someone. And that is the right thing to do. It's always like, you don't want to be like, for men and women, you don't want to be like the mistress or whatever it's called for guys. I don't know what it's called, but or like, you just want to make sure that, like, hey, like, I don't want to overstep anything. Like, if you have a boyfriend, let me know. Like there's nothing wrong with that. So that is true, but once again, we don't know the full context behind this, so he probably asked it in like a weird way, but we don't know. I was simply making sure you didn't have. Okay, I already read that. I'm sorry I caught feelings for you way too soon. You used the wrong form of two, by the way. But anyway, that's not the way to handle this. You can't blame and talk down on the male for catching feelings for a woman they think is. Oh, okay. So this is. Is this the. Okay. So it looks like she put these text messages in backwards, because like this must be before everything. So it starts off with, good morning. Hey, sorry I got home and went to bed and slept in until now. You have a boyfriend, huh? What? Am I just the side? What the fuck are you talking about? Did you not text me because you low-key have a boyfriend and didn't want to get caught? I'm just the side. Jesus, no. Okay, we're all good. Hey, once again, I don't really say anything wrong with that. It is kind of like a weird thing just to randomly say, but he was just making sure. Like, some people are awkward that way. Well, I don't know if that's the way I would have. Okay, yeah. That was the context that she just showed. Okay, now we're back to the other text messages. So a woman they think is worth you have a male willing to drive you over an hour to see you and take you on dates, willing to spend there 3 days and make sure you don't pay for a single thing for the entire day. But that's too much. Not too much, but you just seem clingy. Like, nobody likes that. Like unfortunately, like, yeah, that is a huge problem that some people just cannot control, but like being clingy is just like, that to me is just the worst. Especially if you don't want to hurt the clingy person's feelings. Like, I completely understand why no one would want anything to do with that. But anyway, I don't understand. A male like me will do all that. Buy you flowers and take care of purchasing everything, and ask to make sure you simply eaten because they simply care. Miss you because they enjoyed the first date, but that's too much. Yet if I wouldn't have done any of that, it wouldn't have been enough. That's not the problem. The problem is that you're already viewing her. It's the same problem with the last text message, like the last story we went over. Like, these dudes are just going into it thinking like, because you went on one date with this girl, that automatically means like, oh, this is gonna be my girlfriend, this is gonna be my wife. Like, they automatically view them as the one. And this goes for like you know, it's not just men that do this, even though most, unfortunately, yes, a lot of guys do this, but like some girls do this too. Like, it's just a natural human thing that like people, like, it's a natural problem that us humans have. But back to it. I guess you really can't care too much about someone you just met because they will simply just think it's too much. It is too much. It's not that they think it's too much. That is too much. You just met them. Instead of appreciating the fact that someone else can appreciate them as much as they do themselves. Again, that's not the problem. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you knew them longer, like, you would have, like, yeah, they would appreciate that you appreciate them. But that's, like, the problem is that you're doing this way too soon. You don't know them. But, my God. But you don't have to hide your story from me either. I just need my jacket back. This is what I get from getting first date flowers and caring way too much. Again, you're using the wrong form of two. Like, it's, my God, man. Like, what is wrong with this dude? Just so that they don't appreciate it? I understand we just met, but you can't let me try and care for you and do things the right way. Man, this guy is not even just clingy anymore. He's obsessed and clingy. It seems like. I'm sorry, but that's just how I raised myself. You have a male sitting here letting you know he wants to continue to show you and treat a woman the right way, the correct way. I just added that. And take her on actual dates the way things should be. Oh, okay, this image is not loading. Hold on, people. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, so I can't see. Okay, so she didn't show like the rest of those messages, like the message I was reading, so we're kind of skipping a bit. I would want you to let me show you that. We can take things very slow if you still can't see yourself on for a relationship. Then that's that. But don't close it off without seeing the full good potential in it just yet. Let me show you that someone can actually like you for you and make sure you see or feel that mentally and physically with more than the bare minimum in gestures. Alright. I feel that this guy, like, I think his intentions are good. It's just that his behavior is the problem. Like, clearly he wants to treat a woman, like, you know, like the correct way and stuff, but like the way he's going about it is just completely wrong. And also, it doesn't, like, you're ignoring the fact, like, he's ignoring the fact that, like, they don't know each other. And actually, no, he does acknowledge that, but he doesn't see why that's weird. Like, why, you know, open up to someone that you barely know and telling them that you're pretty much in love with them. That like, I don't get how he doesn't see that that's weird. I don't know, man. To be honest, like, it's, like, the thing is, I know that this is common. Like, this is a very common thing, and it's just, I think it's called, like, love bombing. And it's, you know, unfortunately, like, it's a very common problem. Like, and it's just that this guy is just obsessed and clingy. Like, it's like the worst combination. And, like, granted, I guess clingy technically means obsessed, but he's just in love with, like, the idea of this person, even though he barely knows her. And we're automatically sees her as, this is my wife. But anyway, that's it for this story. Alright, so this story was posted about 17 hours ago, and it's called Childhood Story I Cannot Stop Thinking About. So, The context that this person gives is that they're American and their family traveled to Australia to visit family members, and they were. And then it goes on to say, I was very young, and when the story takes place, probably around 7 or 8 years old. And I still think about it to this day. For this particular story, my family and I were staying at a hotel in Sydney, Australia, while my dad went to the gym. My mom and I decided we can go check out the hotel's pool. We had no idea what the floor of the pool was on, so when a random worker in the hall asked if we needed help, my mom replied and said, we're looking for the pool. He then said he would take us there and asked us to follow him to the elevators. Once we were in the elevator, he clicked on the one at the very top floor buttons. We didn't think anything of it, and when the doors opened, me and my mom both got out of the elevator soon saw that man did not follow us. The doors closed rather quickly behind us, and we soon realized we were in a tiny concrete room that had a loud noise and 2 headphones on the wall. We had to step off the elevator because you couldn't see what was around the corner, and it was just more a tiny room that was completely concrete with nothing but a weird sign on the wall. Oh wait. Along with the headphones. And we realized this must have been a mistake, and when we clicked on the elevator button, we saw there was no button to get back on the elevator. Thankfully, there was a door off to the side that went to a stairwell, and this was a very high-rise hotel. We began heading down the flights of stairs and tried opening every single door to see where it led. However, none of the doors would open. They were all locked, and after going down many flights of stairs, one of the doors finally opened. My mom and I were both thoroughly freaked out and wonder why that man took us to the very top floor. And I remember being scared out of my mind, thinking something wasn't right. I never saw that man for the rest of our stay. Holy shit. Could this have been a human trafficking situation? Only one random door in the entire stairway was unlocked, and not a soul was in there or that tiny room. Why would there not be a button to get back on the elevator? Holy shit. Maybe. Like, hold on, let's look at the comment. Alright, this was what I was thinking too, but someone said he was probably pranking you. And honestly, that definitely could be it, but I don't know, man. That shit's like creepy. I had something similar happen to my niece and I in an enormous. This is another comment. To my niece and I in an enormous parking garage. Not the result of a stranger leading us out, but we got completely disoriented and ended up in a stairway full of stairs and doors that didn't open. By the time we found the door that would open, it was a basement. We were able to take the elevator from the basement, but we didn't know which level of the parking garage we were parked on. So, okay, maybe that one's a little different because it's not like a dude. Like, that is crazy. So I don't know. Could be. I don't know. I think honestly, most likely, it was just some guy just being like an asshole, and he was just like, all right, we're gonna just prank these people. But I don't know, man. The headphone on the wall and stuff. That sounds like. It legit sounds like something from like those human trafficking stories on like the news and shit, like how they go people. I don't know. But yeah. Let's find another story. Alright, so this next story, some people are calling fish paste on it, and I haven't read it yet. But it's called I've been married for 3 years and I've never seen my wife without makeup, and yesterday I forced her to wash it off. Now, that is quite a title, I'm not gonna lie. It's 2 days old. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions yet, but here we go. I know how that sounds, but hear me out. I've been married to my wife for 3 years, and all that time I've never seen her without makeup, and not once. Not in the morning, not late at night, not even when she's sick. At first I thought it was just a habit. Some people care a lot about how they look. I didn't question it. But then I started noticing things like every night she applies this liquid. For anyone else, it smells strong, almost chemical, nothing like skincare. During the day, she constantly touches up her face, not casually, urgently, like something bad will happen if she waits too long. Yesterday we were at a gathering, and when she suddenly froze, she grabbed her face and breathing got fast. I asked her what was wrong. She said, "It's nothing, my skin's too delicate." Then she rushed to the bathroom. I followed her without her nosing. And I know that sounds bad, but something felt off. I watched her pull out a small bottle from her bag and apply it to her face. Within minutes, her breathing slowed and she looked completely normal again. And that was the moment I knew she was hiding something. Alright, this sounds like something from that movie, The Substance. Like, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but like, there she's constantly trying to look good. This sounds very fake so far. I'm gonna be honest. This seems very, like, I don't know. It seems very fake. But that was later that night, we were dancing. The same thing happened. She suddenly said her makeup smudged and rushed off again. So I did something I'm not proud of. When we got home, I went to the room while she was in the shower, opened the drawer, and found the bottle. The smell hit me immediately, strong, sharp, almost burning, nothing like any cosmetic I've ever smelled. The next morning, I decided I needed answers. She was standing in front of the mirror, putting on lipstick. When I walked in, I placed the bowl in her face to wash in front of her. She looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" I told her I want to see her real face. She didn't want to. We argued for a bit, but I didn't back down. Eventually, she sighed, tied her hair back, and leaned over the sink. She washed her face slowly, like she was delaying the inevitable. My heart was pounding. After everything I've seen, I was expecting something shocking, scars, condition, or anything. She lifted her head, nothing changed. Her face looked the exact same, perfect, smooth, flawless, exactly how it always does. I just stood there confused. I asked her, "Did you even take it off?" She looked at me in the mirror and said, "This is my real face." That made no sense. I told her that the bottle, the smell, the way she keeps replying, she went quick for a few seconds. Then she turned to me and said, "That I can't stop thinking about. It keeps it this way." I asked her what she meant. She smiled and said I shouldn't have gone through her fins. I didn't know what to think anymore. If this is your real face, then what exactly is that liquid doing? And why does she need it so badly? This story is fake. Like, you know, she's acting all creepy at the end, like saying stuff like, "You shouldn't have gone through my fins," and like smiling. This shit is so fake. It says nonfiction too, which, yeah, someone even says, "Wrong thread, are you sure it's nonfiction?" I'm pretty sure it's not. What's crazy is I thought he was talking about my mother couldn't go anywhere without her taking 2 to 3 hours putting on the face of makeup. Okay, this is just. Do you happen to have a tall stone tower with no visible door on your property? Is this the same guy? Trying to kind of like. Yeah, apparently this guy's like known for like making like these fake horror stories, which I don't care, man. It's pretty well read, but like I don't know why you gotta make it non-fiction. But the scariest part that OP thinks people put face wash in a bowl. I remember. Oh, someone said I remember that story from the 4th grade. Damn. All right. Let's move on to the next story. There's really not a lot to say about this one. I think it's fake. Alright, so this next story is called My Idiotic Friends. It's 3 days old, and it's venting. So, this guy's venting about his idiotic friends. So I'm a guy who's in the GT program at school, and I have a handful of friends who are smart. One guy who says he's better than me at literally everything and only talks to me about to brag about himself or ask for favors. So not sure he's really a friend, and the rest are idiots. But for now, I'll start with the smart kids. So right off the bat, having any friend that's kind of like constantly like thinking like you're beneath him, like making you feel that way. He's not your friend. He's just a piece of shit that that sees you as like a servant. He doesn't even view you as a friend. And he even says like he's not sure he's actually a friend. He's not. He's not your friend. He's just a guy that he doesn't view you as his friend. And then the GT guys are the ones who will succeed in life. They make smart choices with their health, school, and only one guy is failing the class. But it's not even his fault. Some guy hacked his school account and fudged everything up. An example is my friends we'll call Joe. Joe's the nicest person I've ever met and doesn't brag or compete with me. In fact, we can roast each other's bloodlines for an hour straight and we'll still laugh it off. We understand each other. Joe is a guy I can talk to when I'm stressed and vice versa. That's always good. Like exactly, that just shows the difference between like the guy that was mentioned in the beginning and this guy Joe. Like that's how me and my friends are. We just absolutely roast the shit out of each other, and we just laugh our asses off. Like it's like that is the best thing. Like there's no competition going on. It's just me, us and the boys hitting the shit. So anyway, we talk about the real world and stuff and talk about the newest games frequently. And even though some of our interests are different, we act almost the same. And then now there's a competitive kid. He's called NGHS, such a high honor. And that his IQ is 157. He can easily pass GT. And he's the best at basically everything. I'm going to debunk that quick. At my school, about 90% of the kids that applied to NGSHS get it. His IQ is something he got off an online quiz and hasn't been formally tested. He failed the GT test last year by a lot, and the only thing he's actually good at is skipping school because he coughs a little and causes coughing up his lungs and playing video games 5 hours a day. I may not be very sympathetic if he's actually telling the truth, but once he was sick for having a fever of 99.2 in school, he needed a fever of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. So it's one thing to have downtime. It's one like I play games all the time. Like this fucking channel is me playing games as I read some random stuff, goofy things online. But like you gotta know like your priorities. Like your top thing, like school. Like for me, school is my top priority, and then it goes like job, the gym, YouTube, and then like gaming is like at like pretty much like close to the bottom, essentially. Like that is like, all right, if I get everything else done, I can sit back, relax, and enjoy a game. Pretty much like I can like so. But like when you have those priorities backwards and having, oh, this new game came out, fuck school, I'm gonna do 5 hours of gaming instead of working on school. It's not good. Like you're at the end of the day, you're fucking yourself over, and honestly, you're possibly fucking over other people over because some of those assignments could be group projects, and you haven't done the damn thing. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Where was? Oh my gosh, I forgot even where I was. Oh, okay. After Fahrenheit, he really only talks to me positively when he's charging up his mouth to ask for a favor, as letting him borrow my Xbox while he's being fixed. I still haven't gotten it back, by the way. Wait, borrow his. So wait, you tell me that this motherfucker just took your Xbox? Like, dude, like, I don't care. I love my friends, but like, if he asks, "Hey, can I borrow my Xbox?" I'll be like, "Fuck no." Get yours fixed. Like, I mean, like, I don't even let my friends borrow games, and I know that's more common. Like who the fuck borrows an Xbox? I don't know. Maybe I'm weird for saying that, but I would not give that motherfucker my Xbox, especially if you know that he broke his. I still haven't gotten it back, by the way, so when I ask him to give it back, he better not have it broken or lost it. I spent $800 on it, with the games more than 1,000. I don't understand why his parents have given him the PC of my dreams. That PC bill cost $4,000, and he could easily run any game in his dreams. Meanwhile, I have a laptop that can barely run GTA 3 at 60 FPS, and almost broken Logitech mouse. Alright. I don't want to like assume things, but that seems a little bit more jealousy. Like, those aren't your parents. Like, they bought him a PC because they know that he's a fucking PC gamer. So he's, or they're not PC gamer, like a true gamer. So like they're like, all right, let's get him this PC. So it's not like you know he's your brother or something. It's like, oh, like you asked for one thing and then your brother gets the thing that you wanted. No, it's like two different families. Like, I think that's a little bit of jealousy on the writer of this, but once again, that's not very important. On the other hand, my IQ is 143, which was formally tested. I'm not in NGHS because I never applied, and I haven't missed a school day since January for a bad flu. In fact, I haven't been badly sick for 4 years. I only got sick in January because I made a stupid mistake of wearing a t-shirt and shorts in a cold weather. Which that brings up something that like I just don't get, is like, why like there's some people I see that like wear like shorts and a t-shirt when it's like 12 degrees out here. Like where I live, like cold, like it's cold kind of often. Like even when it's like summertime, it's still like 60 degrees out. So like, there's motherfuckers I see that just wear a t-shirt and shorts. And I'm just like, dude, like, are you trying to like make it like that you're tough, that you can handle the cold? No, dude, you just look stupid. Anyway, that's a off tangent rant. So now he says, now we have the idiots. So wait, those weren't the idiots before. That was just a guy being an asshole. These guys are dumb, or just dumb. If they don't change their act, they'll be male strippers. They crack homophobic jokes. They love to talk about sex. They have a C in at least one class, and their average or slightly below on the state's testing scale. A Neanderthal would beat them in chest. This guy is going off, and these guys play Minecraft all of class and then do the assignments. When they get home using ChatGPT afterwards, play Roblox, steal a brain rot until we go to bed. I'll give you an example. We'll call him Bob. Bob's not making good choices. If I were to guess his IQ, it would be in the 90s, and doesn't know when it's not his turn to talk. He doesn't do his assignments. He calls himself non-brain rotted, despite the fact all I hear is 6'7" and Adam abuse. I think I should stop being friends with Bob. What do you think I should do? Should I keep my friends, like, go some, or talk to a lot of them? Alright. So, first things first, I think you should drop the guy that's like, that borrowed your Xbox and he's not giving it back. You should obviously drop that guy right off the fucking bat. The guy seems like an asshole. But, I mean, the dumb friends, like, I don't know, like, depends on, like, if they're affecting you. Like, are they making you dumb? Like, it's like, well, what? Like, why? It's not like he hurt anyone. But I will say that using 6'7" is pretty that's pretty pathetic. Maybe you should drop them. Nah, I'm kidding. I don't know. It's nothing wrong having dumb friends. If they're good people, then why drop them? And then someone commented, honorable people associate with other honorable people, which is true. But yeah, that's it for this story. Let's move on to the next one.
Thank good I was.
The asshole, like, subreddit, and this one's called "Am I the asshole for not consoling my boyfriend because I make more money?" And then it starts off with Reddit. I need a gut check if I'm the asshole or not. I make a good deal of money, which I know people will say I'm the asshole already, lol. But I'm very modest lifestyle. My monthly budget is 4K a month, and most months I profit 30K. And I'm self-employed, so it's more, sometimes less. Next month, minor flex, but I'm in a non, and I can, and it'll be around 80K pre-tax. Woohoo! I don't get like that whole section. I'm not gonna like elaborate on it, but I couldn't understand like what they were trying to say there. But anyway, I have a boyfriend and we've been dating for 5 months. He's a good guy, but more traditional than I've ever dated before. He works as an assets manager in a farming shop, paying $15 an hour. We're both in our mid-30s and live in the ass end of nowhere. I only moved here to be close to my niece and nephew. No, he doesn't know what I make. We've only been dating a few months, and I'm private about how much I'm squirreling away. I think so far that's okay. I mean, like, you don't know this person. It's not like he's your husband or anything. And you kind of like want to, like, you know, you're trying, like, I mean, granted, it's been a few months, but it's like, you want to make sure that, like, you know, that he's not dating you for your money, pretty much. So, like, I think keeping that a secret is okay. Eventually, you have to tell him if it's like, depends on how much is a few months. Like, if it's like 2 months, maybe 3 months, even like 3 months might be pushing it, but like even if you're keeping it, then I think that's okay. But anyway, I drive an older Kia, bought a standard, three and a half house last year, but I have almost paid it off. The issue is he saw one of my invoices to a vendor and popped up on my notifications. The bill was 5K. He was shocked I was paying that much, and I told him it was the cost of doing business. And he was like, must be nice to drop twice what a normal person makes a month on business. I'm usually a water off a duck's back when it comes to conflict, so I told him it would be nice if I didn't have to pay that bill at all. He dropped it, but I was getting a vibe from him the last few days. He seemed distant. I visited at his place and asked him what was wrong. I guess seeing me pay someone $5,000 set him on a complete spiral. He was trying to figure out how he can be a man, and when am I paying other men more than he makes. I did not like the implications of that, like I'm a hooker or something. I asked him if he freaks out on farmers who drops $1,000 on equipment. He said it was different and asked how much I make. He hasn't asked before, which was a little on me because I've always given the impression what I make isn't that impressive. Wow, a lot to kind of like digest there. So I guess because, like, I think so far that no, she's not the asshole. Maybe I'm like misunderstanding it, but like the fact that he automatically assumed that she was paying 5K because he thought that she was fucking other dudes and being paid by them or paying them. Like, that's the impression I get. Like, so far the guy seems like the asshole. And then I like that, you know, so far, I don't know. So it goes on and says, I had a bad feeling, so I lied and told him 120K, which is officially my salary take. She put officially in quotes. And hi, RRS. I guess that's like a little joke. If you know what S corps are, you have an idea on what I mean. Anyway, he burst into tears. I think if I was nicer, I should have consoled him or something. I know he's feeling like a loser, which he's not. He has a cool job, in my opinion, and he's super knowledgeable about farm stuff, which I find interesting. He's a pillar in the community because we're surrounded by ranchers, and he knows everyone. Again, I found it really cool, but he was upset that I see more money on the regular than he sees in a year. That's kind of understandable, but like, I feel like it didn't like not to sound like a fucking alpha male, but in men's nature, they feel like they need to be the providers. But like, she likes him for like who he is, which is like doing like farm stuff and all that. Like, he should not be upset about that. Like, she's dating him for him, essentially, and like she makes that very clear. So I kind of take it back. Like, maybe he's not the asshole or anything. I might have misunderstood like what she was saying before, but I don't know. I don't think like so far, like I'm not seeing like. I think maybe he overreacted a bit, and I think he's just worried that he views himself as a loser, which is completely natural. But like I don't think he's a loser, and she doesn't think that either. But anyway, I may have dropped the ball a bit here, and I told him he's going to have to find a way to be okay with not being the provider, and then just got out of his house, and I just couldn't figure out a way to make him feel better without lying more, or making myself small. I will agree with, like, I will say, like, I think lying more about it is not a good look. I think you should just straight up be honest. Like, in a relationship, you don't want to lie. Like, even if the truth is, like, a little hurtful to him, I guess, which, I mean, I don't think it should be, but if it is, it is. Like, you have to be fucking honest. So, I think, I don't know if I would lie about it. But I guess I could have told him that working in a farm store is super fucking manly or something. I don't know. It's easy to think of these things afterward, which is true. And then it goes on and says, my guess is it's some early midlife crisis, but I resent that it's coming at my expense. That because I'm doing well, he feels bad. If I find out he secretly had a lot of family money, I would be very happy and glad for him. But no. Learning I could cover a $5,000 bill for my own business made him feel like less like a man to the point where he had to throw shade on me. That's a him problem. I'm still kind of pissed about that. I didn't know I'm also coming from a place of super privilege, but it's because it's been a few years since I've had to think about the bills, and I don't care what people say. That changes you. So am I the asshole? So I'm gonna be honest. I don't really think neither one is the assholes. Like, so I think let's actually read some comments and then I'll give my opinion. So this first one says, not the asshole. One of my brothers was married to a woman who made at least 4 times what he did. He did most of the cooking and she loved it. She thought my brother hung the moon. And the only reason they're no longer married is that her third battle of cancer took her up. And neither of them ever had an issue with who made how much. Oh, that's sad. And the original poster says, that's very sweet. I'm sorry for your family's loss. And then let's see here. Yeah, and then this one person says, you only know him a short while. Do not share how much you make. That is a him problem, which I 100% agree with. Like, you guys just started dating, like, and that's the other thing. Like, I think the fact that you got like emotional about it was a bit over exaggerated. Maybe I'm the asshole for saying that, but anyway, yeah. But this commenter goes that him problem will not improve if he knows. And you're not responsible for others' insecurity. Move on if he keeps harping about it. Which I agree with. But once again, I understand his point of view too. I think he just kind of like a little like over the top. Not an asshole. His inferiority complex is not your problem. See, I don't think, yeah, I agree with that, but at the same time, it's like, we shouldn't like be like think that that's like such like a not a normal thing that people feel like. And now honestly, I wouldn't be mad at my girlfriend or significant other if she made more than me, but I would feel bad in the sense of like I wouldn't be mad at her for it, but I would feel bad to be like, man, I feel like I need to be the provider and all that. But sometimes like that isn't like a big deal to people, which is normal. But you shouldn't have to diminish yourself. You make him feel good about himself. He should be proud of you. He should be pushing you to be the best version of yourself, vice versa. Which 100%. That is 100% true. I'm not gonna read the rest of this comment because I want kind of. So my thoughts about it is, I don't think she's the asshole. And if anyone's the asshole, it's more him. But at the same time, I understand where he's coming from. But yeah, this story was pretty kind of crazy for the most part. Like, not crazy, but I don't know. There's not much more this I can say about it. Let's move on to the next story. Okay, so this next story was actually posted by someone that didn't post like the original story. So this is a repost, and it's called "I fell in love with my married neighbor, then I babysat his kids. Now I'm questioning my feelings." Okay, so right off the bat, that is a wacky, like honestly, like in my opinion, goofy title. Maybe some might even say zany. So we are gonna just get straight into it and figure out what the fuck is going on. So it starts off with, okay, so first of all, I'm new to Reddit, so sorry if there are any mistakes or something. I obviously can't talk about this with any of my friends or my mom, but then I saw, okay, so I'm gonna stop right there. I'm assuming that this is a younger individual posting this, because they're talking to my friends, or like I'm assuming that they're younger. I'm assuming like they're like teenagers or something. But then I read a post on TikTok, and I thought this would be a good place to talk about this. I'm also going to post this in a couple of different places based on what came up when I googled best Reddits to post on for advice. So I'm also sorry if this shows up multiple times. I finally know you're going to judge me, but at least try to understand my side. Thanks. So I'm 34-year-old woman. Okay, so there goes that theory. And 7 months ago, I had a messy breakup with my long-term boyfriend, so I moved in with my best friend and her husband in a house we're all renting together. It was then I met my neighbor, who I will call K. So I'm guessing Kevin, that is the actual first letter, so Kevin, Keith, or whatever. He has helped us move our stuff into the house, and I was instantly smitten. We live in the suburbs of a major city, so we both ended up on taking the train into work at the same time each day. I knew Kay had a wife and kids very early on, and he talked about them often, and pictures of them on his lock screen, social media, etc. However, initially, it started off as a very innocent, silly crush. He's handsome and funny and sweet. The first time we rode in the train, he asked me about my job and seemed genuinely interested in what I was saying, which is something my ex never did, and something we fought over a lot. He always doing things for his kids, like bringing home treats and stuff for them and staying on the phone with his older daughter in the entire ride to work because she needed a prep talk about a school presentation. It was just so easy to imagine how lovely and attentive Kay would be with me, because he is like that with everyone else. And then it goes, Kay has never said or done anything to imply that he has feelings for me yet, but we are generally friends by now because we talk on the train, which is about a 20-minute ride almost every weekday. I had never had trouble getting the attention of men, and with this basis, I know that we could have easily become something more. So this is already like, I'm gonna stop it right here because this is automatically become a very sticky situation. It seems like you're taking his friendliness and kindness into a whole like another level. Like it seems like you're making like he's in love with you already. Like you're kind of like picturing some stuff. I could be mistaken it, but it seems like he's just like that with everyone, and you're mistaking his friendliness for flirting or being like romantic with you. By the way, once again, I'm talking to the person like the story's about, like the person that wrote this story. I'm not talking about the reposter. By the way, I don't know why I have to clarify that, but I'm clarifying it. But it seems like she's just obsessed with this guy, and she's mistaken his kindness for like kind of like as in, oh, he's in love with me, and we could be something more if he just leaves that family of his. But anyway, I kind of got off track. I completely forgot where I left off. Sorry. Something more, okay. I also learned shortly after I developed feelings for him that his wife is someone I went to school with, and I was surprised because they are polar opposites. He's funny, she is dry. He's exciting, she is cautious. He's a little dumb, she's very smart intellectually. Look-wise, this feels mean, but yikes, I just don't think their personalities fit very well together at all, and I can easily see Kay getting stuck in a relationship because he's just so nice. okay, you seem like that you are being just mean because you have feelings for this guy, and you're just saying like, oh, he shouldn't be with her. He should be with me. I'm the alpha woman. But anyway, then it goes on and says, the issue is that yesterday, even Kay knocked on my door. I asked if I could watch his kids for a bit. This was, of course, no trouble. I said yes right away. He told me that his wife has gotten in a car accident while away on the business trip, and because she's pregnant, he was super worried and had to book the next flight to go out and see her. That they don't have any family in the state currently, so he asked me to keep an eye on them for a few hours while the family friend drove several hours to watch them at night. Now, is there the issue that came in? I think her grammar right in that was very off. These kids were an absolute nightmare. They were 3 girls, and the oldest was your typical brat preteen times 1,000. She was rude, didn't respect my authority at all, arguing with me about everything from dinner to clean up to what movies she was allowed to watch. I even heard her call me a bitch under her breath, and a couple times. The middle was rowdy and constantly wanted to play loud, messy games when I told her no. The youngest was the most sweet and quiet on her own, but she joined in with whatever drama the middle wanted to cause. So, man, kids could be annoying. Kids could definitely be annoying, but I feel like I know where this is going. I'm not gonna say it yet because every theory I've said in these videos, like the next paragraph completely just destroys it. But I'll say it afterwards if it's true or even wrong. But it accumulated in me agreeing to play hide and seek with the younger two, and ended up getting locked out of the house. When I went back and tried to convince the oldest to let me in through the back screen door, she pretended she couldn't hear me and pretended to put her headphones on. Thankfully, the family friend arrived a few minutes later and let me in, and then when I went home, this makes me sad because before now, I would have also dreamed about being a stepmom to Kay's kids one day because of how highly he would talk about them. Now I want nothing to do with them, but at the same time, this is further proof that Kay and his wife are not happy because children from a happy home do not behave like this. Oh my lord, what are you doing, lady? Why are you making this be about, oh, it's clearly not a happy marriage? That's exactly what I thought it was going to be. That she was going to try to blame blame the Kay's wife. I'm sorry, but don't get me wrong, kids can be annoying, but you're making this way worse than it has to be. Like, that is fucked, what she just said. Anyway, I just want to have a relationship with Kay, but I do not know if it's possible because his kids and I would not get along. This is even before a potential divorce, where their mother could easily get them to hate me. I really love Kay. I know that we could have a beautiful relationship if I pursued this, but this has really shaken me. I just wish I had someone to talk to about this, but everyone in my life would judge me. Yes, everyone's probably gonna judge you here. Like, oh, okay. These are some comments that I got posted in this repost, so let's actually read it. Honestly, it doesn't sound like you love him. You romanticize him and have this fantasy life in your head. Exactly. Oh, sorry, my tablet mic kind of just fell, fucking hit the desk by accident. But anyway, in your head, you act like he would drop his wife and run away with you. You justify this to belief, saying his children are wild, so it must be an unhappy home. Exactly. Meanwhile, you completely ignore the fact that his wife is pregnant and he dropped everything to go to her. You say the kids do not respect your authority. It sounds like they barely know you and suddenly you're in charge. You're not their mother and will never be their mother. Exactly. This commenter fucking nails it on the head. And then they go on to say, you think you will have a beautiful relationship with Kay if you pursued him? No, you wouldn't. He has a family that he clearly loves. Just because he's nice to you doesn't mean he wants you. I encourage you to discuss things with a professional because this isn't healthy. Wow. And then she has a meltdown, it looks like, in the next, thing. How do you How do you know whether or not I love him? Are you inside my head? You can love someone before being in a relationship with them. And just like, I don't know for sure that he loves me. You don't know that he doesn't. You never know until you cross that bridge. Again, yes, that is some circumstances. You are in love with someone before you even date them, once you get to know them, but you don't know that he even loves you. Like, yeah, like you say that like you don't know that he doesn't. Well, you can easily turn that around and be like, oh, you don't know that he does love you. It is crazy. It is we're in the wacky zone. Like this story is as zany and goofy as it's. And honestly, it is unhealthy. She's obsessed with him. And then he goes, I know he wouldn't just drop everything and run away with me. There would be months and even years of divorce court, custody arrangements. he, well, yeah, that commenter obviously knew that, but like, you're still thinking though that that he wants to be with you. I'm sorry, I'm overstepping my ground. If he decided to leave his wife, and before the comments come in, yes, I know there's no guarantee that he would do that, but Kay's a good, honest man. If anything were to happen between us, he would absolutely leave his wife because it wouldn't be fair to either of us. He told me he believes very strongly in fairness. And that's why I'm asking. I know this could be messy situation if anything happened. I just want to know if his kids being difficult will make things worse if this does happen. I want to know if the potential pros outweigh the potential cons. And it seems like that she wants him to also like leave his kids. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. Anyway, update to okay, yeah. So here's an image trend. Okay, so there was a screenshot. Blank or and well no, like this is a transcription of the screenshot. Like there isn't like a screenshot. Oh, here we go. This looks good. Blank and the girls. Okay, thank you for watching, girls. Of course, anytime. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. Thumbs up emoji. And then K here sends the the Reddit post here. It looks like. Like then again, this isn't like a screenshot of anything, but is this you? Because if it is, we need to talk. I promise you that I have absolutely no interest in leaving my family for you. I'm sorry if I ever gave you the wrong idea, but I don't see you as anything more than a neighbor. I don't think we should be friends anymore. Whoa. And the original poster goes, wait, can I call you? Holy fuck. Yeah, everyone's saying this is like, oh my god. Yeah, the commute the next morning must. Someone said the commute the next morning must have been rough. Oh my god, man, that is fucking crazy, man. This is the most wacky. That is one of the most wacky stories I've ever read on here. Seriously, like that is was like this is very real. I think this is real. My God, like there's nothing much left to say because like pretty much like what this person did was trying to exactly like when the guy even calls her out on it. She was trying to make him leave not just his wife but his family. Alright everyone, that's all the stories for tonight, but before I end it off, I want to mention that I know that I haven't been uploading as frequently, like even though it's been I think like only like 3 days, maybe 2 days. I think it's 3 days by the time this goes up, but that's because I've been going through some life changes recently. Nothing bad, actually some pretty good stuff recently, but it's just that I'm gonna be a lot more busy now, so I'm trying to figure out time like to make sure that I'm able to record these videos for you guys. But yeah, but hopefully we'll go back to normal soon. I'm hoping like as soon as this video goes up, we can go back to doing daily uploads. I just need to record a bunch of videos in time just so I can schedule the uploads and stuff. But enough of that mumbo jumbo. If you guys like videos like this, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And I think that's going to do it for me, guys. Hope you had a relaxing time, and I'll catch you guys later. Good night, everyone. Very Observed. It was actually posted a day ago, and so it's not a text message story, but it's a dating story. So it starts with, well, here's a funny story from a dating app. I, a 21 male, nerdy Asian, matched with a woman, 22 female, also Asian, on CMB. I don't know what CMB is. Like what I think of is like CBS, like a channel or something like that. So CMB, I never heard of it. I'm guessing it's a dating app. Okay, yes, it's a dating app, but you mentioned that in the beginning. And then she said she was looking for a long-term relationship and her type was Asian guys. About 2 weeks in, she suddenly insisted that we were just friends, and after that, she started messaging me on Facebook every day, mostly trauma dumping about family abuse. Alright. Family abuse is like a very serious thing, but you just don't trauma dump like when you've known someone for 2 weeks. Like, they're not your fucking therapist. But anyway. And then acting like I didn't understand her somehow. Oh, God. During that time, she started dating a white guy. So pretty much, it looks like her type changes. I guess it's like a. I'm not gonna make that joke. Never mind. I gave her some advice and then said, "Why are you pushing me toward other people? What if I chose you? Isn't that what a friend is supposed to do?" So it seems like it honestly seems like so far that she just dated that other guy just to make this guy jealous. That's the impression I'm getting. I could be completely wrong, but like that's like the impression I'm getting from it. But let's continue. Then came more trauma dumping. She talked about being insecure about having a small chest and not fit in beauty standards, saying her exes choose other girls because of that. Ironically, she also rejected the guy for not being her type. So pretty much, like I get that, like people have insecurities and stuff, and like I think her rejecting the guy for not being her type, that's pretty like normal, I would say. Like, like, yeah, you can be insecure about something, but that doesn't mean that you can't reject someone because they don't match like your standards. I don't see anything wrong with that. It felt like she was seeking validation, which is why she chose to date a white guy. Sometimes she's into women as well. Okay, and then 2 weeks later, she said she was into Asian guys again and suggested we go on a date. And I told her, I don't have a job yet, I'm still in university. Are you okay with that? And asked if her parents would be okay with her dating someone in my situation. She replied with, we were just talking, not dating. Then today she messaged me, let's just be friends. I don't like a guy who doesn't love himself just because he doesn't have a job. She also said that she disliked men who felt slightly because she had a job and a guy didn't, and that having the job shouldn't matter if we're in love. I clarified that I was only asking if she was okay with my situation and wasn't judging her at all. Then she said, well, I want someone with money. I'm already poor. And I ended with, whatever. Wow. It seemed like she was like going like it was like switching personalities kind of. It's like one personality is like, let's just be friends, and that's all they know how to say. And then the other personality is like, I'm into Asian guys. That's all I want is Asian guys. And then the other, actually 4 personalities. And then the other one is like, I like dating women. I also like dating white guys. Blah 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 blah. Not that there's anything wrong with having, like I've like dated like girls that like didn't match like my exact type. But anyway, but it's beside the point. But like that was the other personality. And then the 4th one is just I want to date someone that has a job and that makes money because I'm already poor. Like, it's so, like, absurd. Like, it is very absurd, which is the name of this story. It's so dumb. And then a comment I actually was reading, yeah, wow, man, schizo date, friendship date. She may just be really fucked in the head and can't help it, or she's purposely playing with you. Trauma dumping meant she felt you to be safe, but yeah, I think I would run. I'm cool to be friends, I'm cool to date, but her back and forth weirdness is just a bad sign. And I agree with you, Andre, and that's who posted that comment. But I think that's a good way to, like there's nothing else. That's the perfect way to describe this entire situation. Anyway, let's go on to the next story. Alright, so this next story is another dating story, which I know. I'm addicted to these dating stories. Like I'm like addicted to fucking like crystal meth or some shit. It's like I get all excited when I read these. Whenever it's like getting excited when a new episode of The Boys comes out. But this one is 3 days old, and it's called My First Experience in Dating. It was terrible. And it has dating in quotation marks, by the way. So it starts off saying, I'm a freshman university student, female, and I never thought about dating before in high school, despite the fact that I had so many opportunities to do so. However, my parents were very strict about me and only focusing on academics, which is why I probably didn't think about it that much. So during my second semester, I started developing a crush for a guy friend of mine, but I didn't do much about it because I didn't want to ruin our friendship, and I found him attractive. He was easy to get along with due to his calm, it's late, guys, so I'm going to be butchering words, all disposition, but he was also incredibly hard to read. Some months later, one day he showed me around his dorm room, just the two of us, and his roommate was gone. He started to be very cuddly with me on his bed, even placing a hand between my thighs. I was so confused and overwhelmed, but I just let him. That is weird. I mean, like, I get it, like, you're trying to make a move, but I mean, yeah, I guess, I don't know if that's normal. I don't know, like, I don't do things like that. Like, for me, it's like putting like your arm like around like a girl's shoulder. I think is more respectable than like. But like once again, like that's when like we both know the intention is that we're going on a date. Like these were friends, but they just had a crush on each other. But anyway, it continues and says the next day he apologized and confessed that he liked me. We started to date afterward, but it felt well. And by the way, date is in quotation marks again. But I felt so empty because of what he talked about was either him in the gym or being physically intimate with me. Mostly him being horny for me. Okay, there's nothing wrong with bragging about your stuff in the gym. Like, obviously, like, you shouldn't make it your personality that you go to the gym. But when you're constantly saying to your girlfriend or significant other that you're just horny for them 24/7, it just means that you view them as like just a sex toy, like a fucking sex doll, not an actual person. But anyway, we've cuddled a few times and such, but emotionally, I was getting nothing emotional from him, even though I was being very emotional and vulnerable around him and asked him different questions about himself. Then, about 3 weeks later, during text, I decided to confront him about it, and he told me that he just wants something casual. Damn. Damn. That fucking... I know that hurts. Wow. Man. You see, like, that's what I'm talking. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, the guy just wanted to have someone to have sex with. Like, he wasn't interested in her as a person. He just thought she was attractive. I felt so empty and sad because I took everything so seriously. I genuinely wanted to know him more as a person. He didn't even tell me that he wanted something casual from the start. I asked if he just wanted sex from me, and he just avoided the topic and decided to end it right there and then. He didn't care about me, not really. I still feel so stupid, naive, and used now, even though we were only starting to date for 3 weeks. But I think that was an important lesson for me, and I'm glad I confronted him before things would become even more shitty. I wish I didn't ignore the red flags from the start. We all wish that when something like that happens. Like, you kind of like forget everything that, like, every red flag because you like them. Like, you ignore that shit. But I mean, I tell you, man, even the small stuff adds up. Like, I feel very very bad for her that she had to go through that. That is heartbreaking. But no comments to read either. This is shocked that no one responded to this. But anyway, that was a sad story. Let's get to the next one. Alright, so as I'm fighting Maiden Estrella, this is a very boring fight that I do. Very boring tactic. I just use my bow and arrow and just shoot it from a distance. So we're actually going to look at a r/nice guy story. This one's a review of a YMCA. So I love reading text messages, but I also love reading shitty reviews to stuff, or like shitty emails, or anything shitty, like to read like comments and stuff. So these stories always crack me up. So let's start it. I've been a member at the West End. Oh, by the way, context. It looks like this was 3 years ago and has a 1 star. So it starts off with, I've been a member at the West End YMCA for a few months. I wasn't going to say anything about what I thought were minor issues, but lately it's become a bit more disconcerting. I'm from a small town, and when I go into a business or establishment anywhere, I usually say hi to everyone. I usually say bye when I leave. While I know that some people are busy, when I enter and exit the gym at the West End YMCA, some people are just snobs and won't say anything to me ever, or grudgingly do so, even when they're not busy. But what does that have to do with the establishment? Like, that is so, like that, like, it's not like, is he talking about the workers, or is he just talking about the people just in the place? Like, no, yeah, no shit, like, people are gonna, like, okay, most of the time people will say hi back, but if they don't fucking know you, there's a chance that they're not gonna say anything back, and they go back, like, who the fuck is this, like, who the fuck is this guy? But it's just hilarious. Like, this has occurred with a woman. As usual with these r/nice guy stories, it always results to being about a woman, and that's what ruins everything for this guy. His world goes crashing and burning. It's the end of the world for him when a woman doesn't like him. But anyway, this has occurred with a woman that works there on more than one occasion. I don't know her name, and I don't care to know. I have said hi to her repeatedly on different occasions before, precariously. She said hi to me once. Imagine like just walking, this guy's going, hi, 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 hello, little baby, hi, 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 buddy, like shit like that. And he goes, you think I was pulling teeth the way it pained her to do so? Maybe she thought you were fucking weird, you fucking weirdo. Anyway, I don't understand if I say hi to people that are available and not busy. What's the problem? I don't want her. I'm acting like a GD human being. What does GD mean? Am I stupid? Am I taking stupid pills? What does GD mean? Anyway. Jeez. It's so easy for me and so tough for her to say hi, since it's such a privilege for her to act human once in a while. Okay, I'm not saying that he's right, but there are cases when, like, yeah, people, like, think, like, they're, like, other people are, like, beneath them, and they're just kind of, like, they act robotic, and they just don't want to, like, talk to you, but that's with, like, people that, like, that you kind of know, like, it's not, like, a random-ass person, like, this motherfucker is doing this with a stranger. But anyway, ignore that point, but, I don't really feel like saying hi to her anymore. Then don't. Don't do it. You didn't have to in the first place. I don't need it, and I just ignore her. It's not my job to be polite to people. Yeah, you're right. It's not your job. So stop fucking doing it. It's weird. It's hers. Fucking people. Anyway, maybe she should think about that in her overall behavior. So I'm confused on, like, this woman that he's talking about is a worker at the YMCA, or he's just an asshole that thinks that everyone needs to be polite to him. Anyway, another time I asked another woman, oh god, it seems like all these are just women, about whether I could get a TV in another room to play the bicycle path video that they used to play in this. Okay, so this is a worker that they're talking about. They used to play in the spin classroom. During my time on the stationary bike, since they never gave me an answer, but always told me that I have to check with their supervisor, and I keep asking once whenever I went to the gym, I finally get an answer one day that it was not possible. The problem was the woman interrupted me as if I had asked the same question too many times. If I never get an answer to my question, then how am I supposed to know what it is? Please don't interrupt me when I talk. Man, this guy just seems like a snooty asshole. Anyway, I don't like the attitude of the most of the staff. Okay, so he's talking about the staff. Okay, so, like, again, they're not obligated to be to say hi to you. But, like, yeah, I guess, like, yeah, like, workers should be polite, but it's like, when you're doing it, like, constantly, and once again, we don't know the context. He could be fucking batshit weird with it. But, you know, is it because I'm chunky? They think I don't have the right to be treated like a human being. The reason why I'm chunky is because I take meds that I need to live, and it's put 50 pounds on me. But I don't have a choice. I've done nothing to anyone there, yet I pay $66 a month for people to sometimes be polite to me, but mostly not. I've kind of had it with the staff there. The fact that this is the only place I go to where the staff has decided that the day whether they will be snobs or not says something about the gym and the people that run it. I'm very disappointed with the service that I receive there. Now I know why I don't like some snobs in Toronto. I'd rather be in my hometown. Since then, I've talked to someone in charge. I thought the situation would get better. I was saying hello to the staff when I went there. So it's not even like the gym equipment is shit, or like he's pissed off because people aren't polite enough to him. That is pathetic. Anyway, I was saying hello to the staff when I went there, and some, including the snob woman, said hello to me once or twice. The problem is that they've always seemed to be too busy to have time to say hello to me. If I see someone talking to someone else or on the computer, then I'm not going to bother them or get them to say hi to me. I don't need it. They should really stop what they're doing and say hello again. It's their GD job. And then today I said hello to the people at the entrance, and they grudgingly said hello to me. The same woman looked at me like I raped her or something. What conclusion is that? He just said that. Wow. Oh my god. Like, All I'm picturing is like him trying to like force her to say hello back to him, and she just has that look of horror. Like, I shouldn't be making jokes about that, but she looked like irate. That is a crazy thing to say. Like saying hello and rape are two different things. Princess should learn the difference. This guy must be like a fucking Discord mod or Reddit mod or some shit. But anyway, then at the Starbucks, oh my god, now he's wearing the Starbucks across the street. The Starbucks into it. What the fuck does Starbucks do? Then, like, Starbucks is getting like shots fired. Like they're getting like the fucking crossfires at them. Then at Starbucks across the street, the other woman that interrupted me before more curiously said hello today was there with her boyfriend and kissed him about 2 feet in front of me. Yeah, I'm alone. You don't have to shove it in your GD relationship in my face. Oh my god, dude, this guy is pathetic. I'm gonna cancel my membership there in early September. I want to be around people that can act like human beings and not some kind of trash. Some people there are nice, but too many aren't. I don't have money to waste on their BS gym, and if I can give this gym 0 stars, I would. They suck royally. It's time for some of the soulless staff to get off their asses and say GD hello. What the fuck does JD mean? Like, what the fuck? Hello to me. I'm friendly with people everywhere else I go. At the West End YMCA, they're the ones with the problem, not me. Jeez, learn to act civilized already. I've been in better shape for more years of my life than anyone there. Last December, I was doing 8.5 hours of exercise a week. I was 179 pounds. I don't have GD fin to prove to anyone. Oh, GD. Goddamn. Why is he... Okay, it stands for goddamn. That's what it was. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh man, my noggin. But that was it for that one. Check out some of the comments. Someone just said, 29 minutes ago, I'll be shocked if this guy doesn't eventually escalate to hurting someone. Sounds like a real fucking charmer. I wouldn't say hello either. This is him crafting several paragraphs to describe his awkward social approach and his unrealistic expectations regarding how other people will respond. This can get really ugly at some point. No shit. This is fan fiction. I think someone plays pretend to be the type of guy we mock here. Well, I know it's definitely not their job to say hello. But he pays $60 a month for them to sometimes be nice to him. This got me to snort. Congrats, take my upvote. Oh my god, man. I love these stories, man. They are so goofy. But anyway. That's it for this one. Let's move on to a different one. So, this next story seems kind of long. I'm going to try to read all of it. Hopefully I can fit it in the recording. So, it's called Who Are You in the story? My brother Mike Phil the Brick. So, it starts off, like, I don't know, like, what I'm getting into with a lot of these, like, I'm like, with like a lot of these stories, I never know the background of it. I don't ever read ahead. So, this is me reading it, like, straight up. So, it goes, starts off with Friday, April 17th, 2026. So, this is recent. And this was actually posted 18 hours ago. And starts off with Phil's Outdoor Parking, 324 French Street, downtown Pittsburgh, PA, 3:45 p.m. Entering the parking lot because the hotel garage is full. See a parking attendant named Mike, directing the driver into the proper parking position. I followed the suit and parked my Mercedes 3 open spaces away. The only 3 spaces available in the back alley lot with 3 visible surveillance cameras. Placing my car in the park, Mike approaches like a traffic cop. He waves me in to park 2 spaces over next to his previous client, nice and snug. Having them placed in the car in park for the first time in over 4 hours, I was reluctant to move as directed, yet instantly recognized his type. This alley lot was Mike's fiefdom. When what Mike says goes. Therefore, to avoid an unpleasant altercation, I moved into position. As I maneuvered as directed to park 2 feet from the driver's side door of the mom who just parked as she balances one leg on the ground while wondering if I'm about to hit her. Mike waves the universal hand signal for reversing and realigning and sliding into a proper place. No one better than Mike. Disregarding Mike's commands, I pull over to the small curb and realign and reverse back, nice and slow. Mike has mixed feelings about my approach, plainly irritated that I failed to obey his orders, yet begrudgingly pleased with the end result. I am, after all, a magnificent parker. What is this story so far? It's just about parking? But anyway, how much? $35. How long? Till 10 a.m. tomorrow. I hand Mike the cash as he requests Mom's car keys. Let alone, I grab our bags and shuffle off before he can ask for ours. On the following morning, Lalone's team wins the 9 a.m. game at 10:15. I arrived at the lot to cough up another 35. I noticed from the distance that my driver's side window is open. Oh shit. Perched in his window booth like a duck hunter, Mike gazes silently as I approach my vehicle. I see the smashed driver's side window. On the asphalt below, a pile of shattered glass, and a brick next to the bag of Gatorades I had left in my back seat the day before. Mike saunters down the lot to my car. This is the risk I ran when I decided to park with you, I ask. Yes, Mike replies. This is a colossal pain in the ass. It sure is, says Mike. How many times has this happened? Maybe twice in the past 3 years. I inspected the vehicle for signs of theft and none that I can see. As I inspected damage, Mike grabs his broom and dustpan, stands and stares in silence. Why is this guy just standing here, I wonder? I spend another few minutes taking photos, removing bits of the glass from the driver's seat. Are you done taking pictures? Asks Mike. Yep. Mike sweeps up the glass under around my car. Oh, thanks, I say as I grab his broom to brush off the glass out of the corners of my window pane. Mike is miffed. He wants his broom back immediately, but he lingers nearby as I use it to my satisfaction. A bystander passes by. They busted your window? Crime is so bad around here. Sorry about that. Hope you have a better day. Mike continues to lurk. How can I contact your boss? Phil? He's up at the 9th Street location. Where is that? Up that alley, take a left. I do so. Where is Phil? He's parking a car. I need to talk to Phil. They threw a brick in my window last night. On French Street? Yeah. Dude, it's so bad down there. Sorry about that. The crime is crazy around here lately. They just want everything for free. It's especially bad with the NFL draft coming to town. I was walking around the other day and they were everywhere. I turned to a cop and told him, I don't feel safe around here. Yeah, I need a refund. I'm just a teacher, man. Phil's son can help you. Here he comes. Phil's son steps out of a freshly parked flatbed pickup, makes eye contact, and approaches skeptically. Is Phil here, I ask? No. Someone threw a brick through my window on the French Street last night. How can I contact Phil? I think this guy that wrote this kind of messed up here. Anyway, call the number on the ticket. Mike gave me no ticket. Call this number. Phil's son hands me a ticket. I leave Phil a voicemail and I went back to French Street mumbling profanities until crossing the street. Cut off by a speed walking female smoking a cigarette while berating her boyfriend on the phone. I don't give a shit about what you think you know. This is stupid as shit that we are even having this conversation. You're a son of a bitch. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time talking to you. B, you don't give the orders, I do. I just got to work. Leave me alone. I'm done with you. bouncer greets her at her place of employment. Mikey's car bent. Another day in paradise, he asks. Another damn day, she says. She squats against a brick wall and lights another cigarette. Suddenly, I'm not feeling so aggrieved by my situation back at French Street. Phil returns my call. Mike is still sitting nearby. Hi, sorry, Mr. Call, but I listened to your voicemail. They threw a brick through your window? Yes. I'm so sorry about that. Crime is so bad down there. I've lived here for decades. I'm 72. I've never seen it so bad. I've never been on either political side, but it's simply crazy what's going on now these days. It's the kins that squeeze the money and the life out of us. They want us all to hate each other. They whip us into mobs and profit off of our loss. Well, I don't know about all that. It's just crazy the way things have been going. Sorry, I was scratching my ear. My ear's very itchy. Okay. It's the kins. Can I have my $35 back? Of course. Just tell Mike to return you $35. Just tell him I said so. Okay, so I should tell Mike to reimburse me? Yes. Okay, I'll text you when I'm reimbursed. Hey, Mike. Phil said you can return my $35. First, you gotta pay me $35 for today. For today? Were you here at 10 o'clock? Because I was here. Were you telling me that my car was vandalized under your watch and you want me to pay you more money? Yes. Are you kidding, Mike? No, you weren't here at 10 o'clock. I was here. You've been parked here for an hour and a half today without paying. You owe $35. Sorry, my ear is absolutely itchy today. I'm sorry about that, guys. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Anyway. Did you hear me tell your boss that Phil instructed you to pay me? Yes. Do you do what your boss tells you to do? I don't understand. Phil told me to tell you to pay me back. You heard our conversation. When the boss tells you to do something, you do it. No. Mike looks down to the left and walks away. I call Phil. Mike refuses to pay me. I'm so sorry about that. Just go up to 9th Street and my son will pay you. I'll talk to Mike. Two basketball players pull up and ask me a question while I'm talking to Phil. Mike must have been non-responsive to their questions. Hey, can we park here? Now, unless you want a brick thrown for your window. Then for Mike to demand a further payment. Hold up. Alexa, stop. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, Mike stands there and listens and blinks. Phil, I have waited all morning to issue this verdict. Mike is a fucking idiot. I'll talk to him. Good luck with that, Phil. Readdressing the players, I say, get the hell out of here, guys. Don't park here. I hang up with Phil. The alleyway walls are now live, with the sound of my rotator's microwave mic echoing through the streets as I walk back to 9th Street. I have a theory, like, let's take a pause here. I have a theory that Mike is the one that threw the brick. I have a feeling that the story is complete fish paste, even though it says nonfiction. But something tells me that Mike is the one that threw the brick. Anyway. Oh, sorry about that. At 9th Street, Phil's son looks disappointed to see me again. Phil told me Mike to pay me $35. Mike won't do it. Oh, Jesus. Phil said he would talk to Mike and straighten him out. That won't work. No shit. The assistant to Phil's son slides me $35 from his wooden roof. Sorry about that. That's so crazy. How often does this thing kind of happen? Oh, all the time. Oh, the slow walk back to French Street, $35 in hand. I wonder if Mike's truly the one to blame. Mike has a simple job to do in the market, dominated by landlords and criminals. Packed as many cars as possible onto the unprotected slab of asphalt half the size of a football field, and demand payment without expectations. Mike's focus through exceeding narrowly ensures his survival. He survives in this business because he's a man of principle. I was late and I owed $35. No exceptions. Mike may not have followed Phil's orders, but Mike did his job. Mike's not responsible for reimbursing clients. Mike is responsible for demanding and securing payment. What good is context or customer service when Phil's son, the heir to Phil's parking fortune, docks his pay for coming up short at the end of the day? That's why Mike doesn't take orders. Mike is the one who gives orders. What Mike says goes. Mike believes in the rule of law, the precise, bright-line letter of the law. Mike was merely doing his duty amidst the daily pressure of the landlords and thieves. At least he gets his pay dock. Land on the landlord's bad side. Potentially to lose his job. With no other source of income, to turn theft as an alternative. Like the brick thrown would be car thieves. Who shattered glass all over his Esport, which he is tasked with keeping clean to faculate cramming of cars and collecting payment with no exceptions. Thank goodness I left the lot without relinquishing my keys to Mike the day before. It would have cost me another $35. And the one comment here says, shake my head. That was an interesting story. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very tired. So I was just reading it. And to be honest, at one point it kinda lost me. But yeah, let's just get to the next story, I say. So let's do it. Alright, so this next story is from a year ago, and I love reading like judging. By the way, that's not a fart, that's my chair. My chair is old. It's breaking, so if you hear the fucking noise creaking like that, like that, yeah. That is just my chair. That is not me fucking ripping ass. But anyway. But I love reading stories with stupid sounding titles, and I love stupid stories in general, but in like a funny way, like stupid funny stories. So this one is called The Curse of the Chairs, which I thought that was a very goofy name, so we'll just get straight into it. The Curse of the Chairs. The Curse of the Chair. Hold on, I'm checking. Oh my lord. Hold on, guys. I just kind of messed up here. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. I forgot I'm editing this while I'm recording this, so I forgot to add the the story label from the last story that I did just now. It went there's the fucking, I'm fucking tired, man. But the title card thing, when I put the word up when it's like story 4 or story 3, I forgot to edit it better. So now it's all fixed, and enough of that wumbo jumbo. Let's get back to this goofy story. Anyway, so it says, hi, I'm going to start this off by saying I'm not a Redditor. It's a good thing. Not a Redditor at all. But I needed to put this story somewhere because I feel as though I'm losing my mind. Any and all names in the story will be made up. Here we go. I hope he goes so wacky with the names, name one of his friends Glorbus or some stupid shit. But anyway, one day, probably about 2 months ago, I walked into my English class and sat down. I was instantly disturbed by the fact that my chair, which is usually the one I'm able to lean back in, was pressing up against my back. It was the same type of chair, but the back seemed to have been bent forward a bit. Then I turned to my friend sitting next to me and said, my chair feels weird. He says, nothing's wrong with your chair. I say, sit in it. I get up from my chair, and then he sits in and says, it sits in my chair and says, what's wrong with your chair? By then, the class started to watch and listen as we debate. What's wrong with my chair? I turned to my teacher. We'll call her Mrs. Akira. He's choosing these goofy names. I respect that. And say, there's something wrong with my chair. Miss Acorn says, nothing's wrong with your chair. And I stand up and say, look at it! Miss Acorn then says, oh, that's strange. It's like it's leaning forward. I then switch out my chair for a normal one and move on with my day. The following week, I return to my class, having completely forgotten the last week's chair debacle. I sit down once again to find that I'm sitting in the weird chair. I freaked out once again, and I have to switch it for another. Which, I don't know if I should take it seriously. The guy, I can't take it seriously. This guy's freaking out over a chair. Which, I mean, I get it, you have to be comfortable, but it's he freaks out over it. It's so goofy. No hate towards the guy, though. It's funny, but this happens a few times over the course of about a month. I won't detail every time, but it happens at least 2 to 3 other times. After one of the times, we even put a piece of painter's tape on the chairs so that we can tell the difference. Every time it happens, I get called crazy, and I tell someone to sit in it, and they go, "What the hell?" There was one time though, where it was normal, and I was just paranoid. I like to add the fact that no one else is having this issue. It's just me. And after we added the piece of tape, I no longer sit in the weird chair, and I also forgot about the curse that's been laid upon me. And for a month, I'm in peace. Till today. Dun dun dun. It's so fucking dumb. Today, I went into English. I sat down and I was instantly reminded of the weird chair because I was sitting in it. I freaked out once again. I said, "Someone must have taken the tape off," and swap it with another chair. Except this time, when I switched the chair, the one I switched it to with was weird too. I got called crazy by all my classmates yet again. One of my friends sits in both the weird chairs, and she confirms they're both in fact weird. Another friend says, "It's okay, buddy. I'll take the weird chair. Have mine." It's like an ultimate sacrifice. He then sits down and says, "Ew, no, I can't sit in this chair." A classmate sitting nearby asks, "Can I try it?" Which leads to about 3 classmates sitting and saying, "That's so weird." This is and one class asks if they can have it for back support. While they take the chair, I notice that behind them is an extra chair with tape on it. There are currently at least 3 weird chairs in my classroom, yet every time I sit down, I'm the only one with one. As you can see, this is bothering my soul deeply, and I'm tired of the weird chairs. If there are any chair gods out there, I beg of you, please take away this curse. Oh man, I love stupid stories like that. It's so funny. Oh my god. It's so goofy. I'm sorry, I'm tired, guys. Oh my god. That was funny. But, anyway, I think that is going to be the last story for tonight, so enjoy the rest of this silent gameplay until my outro. Catch you guys in a bit. So the only story I think for this video is an email between two people. So the context is that this girl emailed this guy that was harassing her friend, and they've been on and off for years, but he doesn't use social media, and she doesn't want him having her number or her friend's number, so they exchange through Gmail, of all things. But once again, completely understandable. Guy's probably an actually unhinged creep, and let's see what this story has to offer us. I'll put the screenshots up, and hopefully I'll try to make it not block the gameplay, but we'll see. So this is her emailing, or yeah, it's her emailing. I think it's her, but he goes off saying, "You can't take it." Oh wait, yeah, okay, no, this is the beginning. "You can't take a hint, and blank, I guess that's the friend's name, is too scared to say it right. So I'm gonna say it. Leave her alone. No one wants to talk to you or be friends with you." So right off the bat, she is hitting him with the cold water. She's hitting him with the bad news right off the bat. She's feeding him his vegetables. But anyway, and I don't think he's gonna take it well. And so she's just but she doesn't care. She's letting it all hang out. And then the next thing is, and you clearly know that because you're a prey on freshmen who know nothing about what you've done. Whoa. I don't know what he's done, but I guess we'll look in the comments for that if we have time. But anyway, he said, and then she goes and says, "You can say you've changed all you want, but some people don't change. Some things are inexcusable. You're creepy, you're gross, and if you dare show up at 4th period lunch ever again, and if you leave me and Maddie alone, I will..." I think what she meant to say is, if you leave me and Maddie, if you don't leave me and Maddie alone, I will report you to the APO. We are sick of you. Everyone is sick of you. Everyone knows who you are. Your obsession with blank is gross. Nobody wants to hug you. Nobody wants to talk to you. Back off. I'm sick of me and blank having to be paranoid about you talking to us. Blank is taken. She has a boyfriend you've met who told you to go away. So even the girl's boyfriend had to say to this asshole, "Hey, fuck off, stay away from us." And then she goes on and says, "Learn to take a hint before you get yourself into serious trouble. Don't you dare approach blank again." And then he responds with a nice long book saying, "First off, you don't know me. Second off, I had no harmful intentions. Third off," I don't think I've ever heard third off before. Is that a thing? Anyway, "I'm not looking for a relationship in high school. Fourth off, I do not have a crush on blank. Fifth off, I know I'm creepy." See, there's a difference between saying I know sometimes I can come off flirtatious or aggressive, but it's one thing that actually no, coming off aggressive still sounds kind of bad, but coming off flirty, I get when people come to be friendly, sometimes it comes off a little creepy or flirtatious. But to straight up says, "I know I am creepy and I'm trying to change that." That's how you know you just self-reported yourself at that point. I don't know anyone that says, "Yeah, I know I'm creepy. Well, yeah, and I'm trying to change it. So what?" And then he continues and says, "I never tried to be creepy. 6 off, you are a narcissist. You are uncompassionate. You have never in your life struggled as much as I have." So she's the narcissist. But you'll be like, "Yeah, but no one's ever had the struggle as mine." Dude, you're not Guts from Berserk, man. Shut up. And then 7th off, "I'm simply trying to make friends, and most of what people say about me is an ad hominem, a straw man, or simply not true." I wonder what they're talking about. What did he do? Did he I don't want to make assumptions actually, because I don't know. But I'm assuming he did something that's actually horrendous. But you wouldn't know that because you're a tiny piss ant and never even had the courtesy to get to know me. So he's coming off granted, you know, she told him to fuck off in the first message, and she kind of came off aggressive, understandably so. But like that is a sign of like someone that's like that they're the narcissist. They're saying like, calling someone like, yeah, you're a tiny pissant compared to me. So like he's definitely a narcissist. The guy's a piece of shit. Anyway. 8th off, plenty of people want to talk to me. I have a circle of friends. 9th off, I have many mental disorders and I'm legally disabled. This is why I can't take a hit. So I hope you fucking. Wait, sorry, I added the word fuck. I hope you are happy with being an insufferable, immature piece of shit who doesn't understand what the fuck they are talking about. I have no obsession with anyone. I'm not trying to harm anyone. I'm nice. I'm compassionate. I have flaws. Anyone that says that, like, yeah, I'm a nice guy, turns out to be not a nice guy and turns out to be a lunatic and a complete weirdo. But if you even knew me, you would know that I am misunderstood from the general school population. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of the school. I'm sick of all these fucked up rumors or things I've done in the past. I've did in the past. So he has done things in the past, following me when I'm clearly different, and I did not commit a mass murder or rape. So therefore, nothing I did is inexcusable. Fuck you, and if blank is paranoid of me, a harmless little boy talking to her, that is honestly her problem. I don't even plan to talk to her further after she sent me to begin with. After what she sent me to begin with. Also, if you report me to APO, I'll bring up blank's drug abuse and all that shit she and blank was doing last year. So even if I go down, you and your blank's life will be a living hell. I know a lot, motherfucker. Not saying bring it on or anything, but if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And by what I mean by that is pretend this never happened. It's the best for both of us. Man, he is going off. And then he continues saying, I wish the worst for you. I really do. So this is like a scene from like The Boys or something, or like Breaking Bad or any one of those shows. And then the poster says, I've been through hell a lot more than you and I can say that with absolute certainty. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, poor innocent boy. Maybe you should be a better person then. And then he responds, once again, you do not know me. I'm a better person than you, that's for sure. Proof? The fucking dehumanizing email you fucking sent me. And he continues, says, also, the fact that this is all you have to say after what I replied to you just proves to me that I made a valid point of argument, and again, a total lack of compassion and empathy for your fellow human. Maybe you should join the Satanic Temple and learn a few things about kindness, because let me get this straight. I never ever would have talked to you like how you just talked to me prior to your petty pussy ass piss ant crash out that a fucking 7th grader would have better emotional regulation with. Be better. All you have shown me with this is that you're pathetic and don't know how to deal with the real world experiences, point blank. Man, well, that's all she posted, but holy shit. So I don't know like what he did though. Like clearly he's an unhinged piece of shit. Clearly. But like, my god. That shit was crazy. Oh, oops. I want to go to the comments, see if there's any. So, this is in, like, yeah, this is like in high school. They're high schoolers. So obviously it's pretty fucking creepy. It doesn't matter if he's legally disabled, man. You're being a creep towards these two girls that are just trying to mind their own business, and then you're threatening them with some serious shit. Like drug abuse isn't like yeah, obviously it's bad, but it's not like the person's fault. Like what they're going through. Like this guy's just an asshole. Like what he's doing is legitimately wrong. Like being a creep. And God, this guy's fucking despicable. But someone in the comments said, As someone in high school, I know reaching out to an adult sucks, but please do. There's no excuse for this behavior. He could genuinely hurt you or your friend. You have the emails documented, so you have evidence against him, and he can't deny it. There's action school is legally required to take and can't ignore. I hope you and your friend are safe. Which I 100% agree. She should take legal action. Or not legal action, reach out to an adult. This guy is unhinged. This guy is an asshole. Like, man. And, like, yeah, exactly. Someone also said, wow, I have mental disorders. That clarifies me as legally disabled. I had no idea that I meant, I think they fucked up the language here, but I'm allowed to creep on high schoolers. I've been out here living quietly like a sucker. This guy's not a monster, but a whole horror movie. You and your friends should get as many adults involved as possible. This dude is a legit threat. I agree. This guy is a fucking creep. Complete creep. But, sorry I didn't provide as much commentary on the story because once again, I'm kind of running a little low on time here, and also I want to showcase the ending of the game. So, anyway, yeah, this is gonna be the only story that I'm gonna be covering for this one. Sorry about that, guys. Wish the video was longer, but I don't like commentating over the ending of these games, so like that's pretty much why. But yeah, that being said, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Enjoy the ending of Demon Souls. Yes, sir.
Tragic realm of existence. Do you understand? No one wishes to go on.
Thine work is done. Slayer of demons, go back above. The Nexus shall imprison thee no longer. I shall lull the old one back to slumber. My thanks. At last, my duty is fulfilled.
The Old One, along with the Maiden, were swept back into the lulling fog. Boletaria was spared from the demons, but also lost its knowledge of soul arts. The souls lost during the pandemonium were never retrieved. And today, the unstable world has another monumental to hold its fabric together. A brave new hero of unprecedented power.
Alright, Alright guys, this was the last Demon Souls video. We reached the last Demon Souls video for a while. Now, I'm actually recording this last part before I even record the first story, because as you can tell, this video is a lot shorter than the other ones. So like, it's probably going to be either 1 or 2 stories in this one. I think it might honestly be 1. But I kind of want to discuss like the future of the channel, because like this is the 3rd series I finished. I'm actually kind of on a limit of time here, so I'm gonna try to, when I want to say it quick. But first things first, this is the 3rd series I've done. I did Reanimal first, which is only 3 videos, and then the Dark Souls series, and then I did this series. But it was kind of like weird, because like I've been bouncing some ideas recently, and I know I haven't been uploading as much because once again I'm going through some major changes in my life right now. Once again, nothing bad, all good, but I think I want to do more like I want to do more of the long game, like when I do the full game in all in one video. I want to do more of that, just like a nice relaxing playthrough. And the game that's been bouncing through my head a lot is Shadow of the Colossus, the original. And I think I might also do that soon, but I want to finish the FNAF 2 video first before I do anything like that. And I might do, honestly, like try the Let's Play format with the Shadow of the Colossus video. Now, I'm not going to stop doing the story videos, because that's my bread and butter. I love using it. I think it's very fun to read wacky stories on the internet, but I would like to, like, you know, branch out my content, because especially in such an early stage of my channel. But I don't know. I don't know if, like, once again, it would be not original exactly, but you know, I don't know, it's fun to do stuff like that. I mean, just like not a lot of editing goes into it. It could be a video you can listen to as my commentary. But I don't know, once again, that is just a thought right now. So I think I'm going to stick to doing the story videos for a bit. Like, obviously I'm going to stick to doing the story videos, but once in a while I'm going to do a Let's Play video. But I am running out of time here, so thank you guys for watching this series. We got a lot of new faces as this channel was going, as this series was going, and yeah, I mean, if you guys like videos like this, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and check out all my other videos. Once again, I'm in a very early stage. You know, a lot of my video, like my older videos, are text to speech, but I mean, I still like watching those, like, because I don't think this video's age poorly necessarily. It's just that I do know that the text to speech can be a little off-putting to some people. But anyway, I think that's gonna do it for me, guys. I hope you guys had a relaxing time, and even though it was a short video. And I'll catch you guys later. Good night, everyone.